So the concept is this, basically. The whole black nation has to be put together as a black army. And we're gonna walk on this nation, we're gonna walk on this racist power structure, and we're gonna say to the whole damn government, stick 'em up, motherfucker. This is a hold up. We come for what's ours.
But when I leave, you can remember I said, with the last words on my lips, I am a revolutionary. And you're gonna have to keep on saying that. You're gonna have to say that I am a proletarian. I am the people. I'm not the big.
Never in the history of the Oakland Police Department has there been a day like today. 5 Oakland police officers were shot this afternoon, and tonight, 3 of them have died. Network, Calico.
Town business, baby. And the Panthers. Town business, baby. Always. Business.
Say, man, this network Calico from the motherfucking old West Side, Cypress Village, the realest niggas that you ever feel real big like gorillas, man. You understand me, man? Mic check, 1 2 1 2. What's happening? Salute to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all tapping into the T.O.T.F.C podcast. That's top of the motherfucking food chain. For those that don't know, top of the food chain, T.O.T.F.C podcast. I appreciate the appreciation for everybody that's pulling up. Make sure y'all tickle that like button on the way in, man. It really helps, man. It really helps. Share the motherfucking live out, man. Crook, I see you in the motherfucking building, man. Salute to you, my brethren. You know what I'm saying? The link is in the chat. Anybody that want to pull up, man, we going to get into it, man. Oh, we got a lot to talk about with old raccoon-ass, tap-dancing-ass Tatum. Oh, yeah, we gonna get to you, nigga. We gonna get to you, you self-hating ass nigga. We gonna get to you, man. You dig? But in the meantime and in between time, man, hey, man, like I said, I appreciate everybody for pulling up. I appreciate everybody for tapping in, man. Tell a friend to tell a friend. We back at it again, man. Make sure you go get everybody that you love and tell them I said tap in to the T.O.T.F.C podcast, man. We on right now. Not tomorrow, not tonight, not Tuesday. Right motherfucking now. We on. We on, man. You dig? So, while I take me a quick tick to roll one up, let me give y'all a little something.
Never in history of the Oakland Police Department has there been a day like today. 5 Oakland police officers were shot this afternoon, and tonight, 3 of them have died.
Top of the food chain podcast. Top of the street, top of the street.
My block hot as Malibu. Only care about the valuables. I just got a calico. Don't make me get mad at you. Hot as the sun, I'm the one. You better run. I got a tech, I got a 9, I got a knife, I got a pipe. I got ops and I got them on my mind. YouTube niggas, y'all suckers. Most of y'all niggas busters. Y'all don't want no rookies. Wait to hear no function. Y'all can't catch up, y'all niggas and you big Shorty told me that she loved me. She got on her knees and started praying like a savior. There is no one above me, y'all niggas ain't on paper. I've been on a money hunt, I've been on a counter time. I've been on this time and find me shooting at your concubine. Listen, I got me a clico. Yeah, I jump in the pussy like Talia. Yeah, renegade, I got no favors. Wake up with an attitude, shooting at the neighbors. If I go on the island, you catch me wildin' with a razor. Whoa, T.O.T.F.C.
Hey. Hey.
Top of the food chain, you a cowboy, never ran with the cool gang. T.O.T.F.C. California to CPCC. Top of the morning, we the top of the food chain. You a cowboy, never ran with the cool gang. Yeah. Big money, we the top of the food chain.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Salute to my motherfucking brother, Wait Up Black, man. You know what I'm saying? For the bomb ass intro music, man. I appreciate the appreciation. Thank you, my brethren. Yes, sir. Now, to get on with the festivities. First and foremost, I think it's only right that I drop that disclaimer right there and let y'all know this is for entertainment purposes only. This is for journalistic purposes only. This is for commentary only. Some of these views I agree with, others I don't. But I'm still going to put it out there for everyone and all. So for those who want to participate, for those who want to activate, man, like I said, we here. So let's get into it with old tap dancing ass Tatum, right? We got a lot to cover with homeboy, man, because it seems like this nigga will just dive in front of a train. This motherfucker will dive in front of a train to save them good old people. You know what I'm talking about, this clown.
Question, who created race?
You know, that's a good question. I'm not really sure.
It was a Portuguese man by the name of Gomes Inez de Zurara in 1452. He was actually commissioned by the Catholic Church, and they told him to go out and document the difference between these people, right?
Do you believe in race? Do you believe race exists?
Construct.
No, you believe that it exists?
We live in the social construct. It's not biological.
So you're saying this man created it?
Yes, it's
and we
documented.
perpetuate it?
Yes. It's literally
Black
documented.
people also perpetuate it.
It's documented. They published two papal bulls, one in 1455 and one in 1457.
Yeah, so we're on the same page. The social construct is not really
wait.
the
What was the
factor.
purpose of it being created, though?
Well, I'm not sure what his purpose was.
I got
creating
you.
race.
To justify chattel slavery, right?
I do not. Agree
It's
to
literally
that premise.
documented. I don't care if you
I don't agree
or
to
not.
that. Okay.
I don't care. It's literally documented.
Okay.
So
I'll
the point being is that this system was literally created to disenfranchise Black people. Specifically, it's the structuring maintenance of a hierarchy which continues to actually create a free and cheap labor class, chattel slavery. Prior to chattel slavery, there were slaves, but they weren't based off of race. After the creation of race, they engaged in chattel slavery to actually create this free and cheap labor class. Now,
but I don't think it was primarily to disenfranchise Black people.
It literally was.
Race has never, slavery was never about race.
My bad, y'all. I knocked myself out the box for a quick tick. Yeah, man, that's crazy. It's crazy, man. Salute to everybody that's popping in, man. You know what I'm saying? Big boy news. I see you play, boy. I appreciate the pull up, man, you know. But yeah, it's a lot of shit going on here, man. It's a lot of shit going on with old boy. Tap dancing ass nigga. But we gonna see what his views are. We're going to see what his views are. Give me a quick tick, man. Give me a quick tick, because we on your ass, boy. No Frank Ocean, we on your motherfucking line. But this is homeboy, though. This is homeboy. Let's see what a few of his other views are. As a matter of fact, yeah, I'm going to play that one.
For weeks, Tatum went on endless rants attacking Nolan Wells' grieving family, accusing them and their legal team of just chasing cash through GoFundMe campaigns. He refused to share their link a single time. But the moment a Give Send Go campaign dropped to cover legal fees for the other side to file lawsuits, Tatum turned around on his stream and actively promoted it to his audience.
So anybody that believes that these boys need legal fees taken care of or whatever else they need, go ahead and support. Go ahead and support. And let me tell you, in my heart of hearts, after reviewing all this stuff and listening to everything, I want to support them. I'm trying to be fair, and I can give them a popularity. You know, I can push it out there and let y'all make an opportunity at it. I'm going to try to be fair until the conclusion of the case that I'm not going to give to either GoFundMe or Give Send Goes. But I'm going to tell you what, I'll put it out there if y'all want to support.
He sat there claiming he wanted to remain neutral, yet posted the link right in his comment section for people to donate. Attacking a grieving family while shielding powerful interests isn't fair coverage, it's pure bias. What do you guys think about this whole situation? Do you think Tatum got caught doing PR, or do you see the timeline differently? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments. If you want to see how another major figure just got exposed, click the video on your screen.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. This is what we're dealing with. Now, he said out of his mouth, I'm not going to donate to either cause. I'm not going to donate to either cause. However, I'm only going to put one side of the game's cause up, which in effect is still donating to it. You're just donating to it through third party, because if you're promoting one side and saying, I'm going to give the link to this person's Give Send Go for them, Give Send Goals, whatever the fuck it's called, in order for them to acquire funds for a defense team, but you're not doing that for both, then essentially you're giving one access through promotion at receiving some type of funds rather than both. That doesn't seem too unbiased to me. Well, I'm just saying. Now, going back to...
Who created race?
Hold on. Before I play that. Going back to what he said about slavery. I want to touch on that for a minute, but I think I'm going to hold on. About that with the chattel slavery. I'm going to hold on for that one. We're going to get to this. So this next clip is him further pandering to these motherfuckers. And you'll see what I'm talking about.
Opposite is true. Proud Boys are not racist.
What would you say the Proud Boys are?
Well, first of all, the Proud Boys are run by a black guy.
They're not.
He's Dominican. He's a black guy.
Besides all the cover he's running for the white teens, family, and authorities in the Nolan Wells case.
According to what they told me, they all took a lot of tech tests and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lot of tech tests.
He took time out of his busy raccoon tap dancing schedule to defend the Proud Boys.
So when they are saying things like white man fight back, what do you think the messaging is?
If you're a racist person, you see that as race. If you're saying that injustice is happening to white people and you're standing up for the injustice against white people, there's nothing wrong with that.
And at this point, I think we just got to give Dog Top Raccoon.
I only feel that when he says, or when they say white men stand up, that the only people that are going to take it in the way that this person is asking, if, you know, these people would take this way, are racist people. Who the fuck do you think the Proud Boys were speaking to? Who the fuck do you think they were speaking to? Do you think that they were speaking to the liberal white people from the Democratic Party who they absolutely cannot stand? I don't believe it was any liberal white people from the Democratic Party that was involved in anything that had to do with J6. But it's how he frames these things. It's how he conveniently leaves certain shit out or omits certain things, or how he tends to exaggerate certain things, which is questionable by itself to me. This is him, though. I want y'all to get a real good in-depth look. Yo, my nigga Crook. Crook, hit the motherfucking link, man. My nigga Crook in the building, man. Crook, hit the motherfucking link, man. Matter of fact, let me drop the link down one more time in case anybody else want to pull up. Anybody else want to pull up? Because we finna get into this shit. We finna get into it, man. So anybody that want to participate in today's dialogue, the link is right there. The link is right there for you all. Please, by all means, pull up. Whether you agree with me, whether you want to expand on this conversation with me, whether you disagree with me, whether it's something that I maybe don't know or something that you want to educate me about this tap dancing ass raccoon, you're more than free. I'm not here to be one-sided and be in an echo chamber, but I am here to speak truth to bullshit. I am here to speak fact to bullshit. I am here to challenge bullshit narratives, and they will not go uncontested on my watch, because those bullshit narratives that go uncontested are normally the bullshit narratives that tend to take over. Brooke.
Brother.
Brooke. What's going on with you, boss man?
Hey, how you doing this evening, brother?
Oh, man, shit, standing on top of the ground and not the other way around, my brother.
Amen, amen. Now, why you want to interrupt my piece like this?
Hey, man, because I was told in order to make shit move, you got to shake shit up, right?
Hey, man, I'm sitting back here listening to the podcast, enjoying Nipsey's new drop. Rest in peace, Nip. You know what I'm
Rest in
saying? That
peace, Nip.
prolific album. You know
Yes,
what I'm
sir.
saying? I'm sitting there listening to it, and here you go calling me to the stage. What, brother? about this fool of a man up here dancing in front of these folks.
Hey, man, I wouldn't want them to think that I'm the only one that got this viewpoint, man. They might start to suspect that I'm lying on this man.
hey, look here, man. You know they done planted one or two weeds here and there.
Hey, man, it's only right. They say that's the main thing that'll kill a garden, huh?
Hey, man, you know what it is. An invasive species. Nigga, we're like, what?
Say that again for the motherfuckers in the back, man.
If you ain't heard it the first time, it wasn't meant for you to catch.
An invasive. Not evasive. Invasive.
Invasive.
And that's just the type of motherfucker. That's just the type of motherfucker we dealing with.
Hey,
As we
man,
move
hear me
on.
now, listen to me later, man. You hear me?
Man, that's what I believe the Goody Mom said on Cell Therapy. Listen to me now, believe me later on in the future.
Yeah, that's it, boy. Time will tell.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
So listen,
that's
man.
Talk to me.
Because I understand certain approaches, you know what I'm saying? And I understand the history on certain things as well. And so mostly from where I'm coming from and my experience and the knowledge and wisdom that was passed down to me, I say it this way, because I wouldn't want to offend anyone's, sensibilities and their perspectives in certain positions on the field. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
And so knowing the our nation and the political parties that currently are presented to us as a political party. Oakley, what's happening, boy? And my neighbor's dog pulled up on me. My bad.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Hey, tell them to join the conversation, man.
Hey, what's up, man? What's going on with you? I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. Yeah. So I wouldn't want to offend anybody's sensibilities as it pertains to the current political parties that are, that are presented to the people. And I'll say it like this here, man. You know what I'm saying? As a black man in America, can you be a conservative? My answer to that is yes. You know what I'm saying? As it stands, and for what the Republican Party consists of, can you be a black Republican? I'd say no.
They won't allow you to be a part of that country club.
You understand what I'm talking about? And you would have to understand how those changes happened across the presented parties as it pertains to Democratic and Republican, the history on all that. You know what I'm saying? And there was a polar shift in the Republican Party going back to the 40s, 50s, and 60s.
Now you're cooking. Now you're
So
cooking.
so you would have to have knowledge of that. You would have to have knowledge of that. And the shift of certain peoples and their ideologies from party to party. You understand? Those that were once
Absolutely.
Democratic became Republican.
Come on.
You understand what
And
I'm
when
saying?
those Republicans and when those Democrats moved over to that Republican side, the Republicans said, we the fuck out of here because y'all don't believe what we believe. So we'll go to the other side.
Yes,
And I
sir.
swear, I tried to explain this to so many people, but when it's very key that you just said that people that have the knowledge of, because I believe a portion of the people who have the knowledge of that practice willful ignorance when they decide to not let that fact be known while they're trying to use the talking point that, for instance, Democrats were the ones who fought to keep slavery. And even though that may have well been true in the times of slavery, they purposely omit the fact of that political shift within the two parties.
It's a simple question. Really, you could really get to the root of most people's knowledge and understanding of certain things. All you got to do is, they love to pull up Lincoln a lot. What party was Lincoln a part of?
Come on. He was a part of the motherfucking Democrat Party, Republican Party.
No,
Excuse me.
he was a Republican. Exactly.
Republican Party.
You caught it.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
he's a Republican Party.
Lincoln was a Republican.
And they will use that to try to champion or trumpet the fact that, hey, well, we the Republicans were the ones who fought to free slaves. Not the Republicans of now. The Republicans of now.
The Republicans of then believed in a republic, true to the term.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying? As opposed to the Democrats of today. And who, like I said, there was a polar shift.
Come on.
You understand what I'm saying? In which, all this, liberalism and freedoms and what have you, those weren't the Democrats of yesterday. Those are the Democrats of today. As the Republicans of today were the Democrats of yesterday.
Absolutely.
You understand what I'm saying? So I mean, people have to have the knowledge. They have to be educated as to, hey man, be mindful of what you endorsing, because there's certain ideologies that you may believe in via definition,
right,
but are not true in action. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, my girl, go, man. Where you been at all this time, man? Salute the Empress Cat in the motherfucking building. That's what's up, man. Yeah, no, that's
blessings to the chat. Peace and blessings to the chat for sure.
Absolutely, man. But no, that's an action-packed fact, Jack. And again, I think they omit these type of facts for nefarious reasons. And I think the only thing worse than that is when they cart out some motherfucker that looks like us to say all of the shit that they would get ridiculed in public for saying. The shit that they only say privately in those country clubs. They need a voice that they want so bad. I've never seen someone who just for the life of them, it bothers them so much to not be able to express the word nigger with a hard ER. The very first thing that a lot of these folks always run to is, well, you guys say it amongst each other. Why can't we say it also? You guys say it to each other. Because you ain't a part of the motherfucking club.
Well, the only thing that I know that has a problem with being told what you can't do is the master of evil, which is Lucifer.
Come on.
which is
has
the
it
devil.
not always been that?
That's the only thing. That's the only thing I know that's been. You know what I'm saying? Because a good and faithful servant just gonna follow commands.
Did
You
not
understand
being
what I'm saying?
did having a problem with being told to do result in him being cursed and thrown out of heaven?
This is what I'm saying. So here it is, man. And I mean, people got to really wake up to certain things, man, and understand the portrayals of certain things. So here it is. You got this brother, you know, and I wouldn't wish that on no one. He was in the middle of the contradiction of America on the day that it happened in current times, which would be January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? And he was caught up in that whirlwind, in which he through the course of everything happening, he still had to process our democracy, our republic,
Mm-hmm.
and the Constitution, for which it stands. One nation under God, indivisible. You understand what I'm saying? He had to come to terms with that in the course of all those ongoings on that day. But to emerge from that and still seemingly adhere and push and advocate for some of these values of the same party that had these things befall you. It's for lack of a better term of expression, it's head scratching, brother.
Wake him up, crook. Wake him up, crook.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know if anybody ever been caught in a moment where you ain't had nothing to say. You just had to scratch your head, like you just got this unnatural itch.
Oh man, yeah, absolutely, man. And this is why anyone who looks like me subscribes to that cult. I have a deep-rooted problem with that, because until the question can be clearly answered, when exactly was America great for anyone that looks like you if you look like me? Because the good old days that they talk about is far from what you would feel is great if you look like me, in my opinion. I believe that when the current the leader of the current administration speaks of these great times of past, I was looking at one of his rallies, his earlier rallies, where I guess it was some racist things being said allegedly in the crowd, and a few of the black people who were there decided to leave the rally. And as that became a focal point, it made Donald Trump reminisce on the good old days about which he's trying to bring this country back to. Let's observe.
Get him out of here. In the good old days, this doesn't happen because they used to treat them very, very rough. And when they protested once, you know, they would not do it again so easily. I'd like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you. I love the old days. You know what they used to do to guys like that when they were in a place like this? They'd be carried out on a stretcher, folks. That's true.
Knock the hell out of that big mouth. The next time we see him, we might have to kill him.
In the good old days, they'd rip him out of that seat so fast.
Shut up! Shut the hell up! No, I would act like the hell up. Why are you even here? Get the fuck out of here, man. Hey, you all right? Get out of here.
In the good old days.
Well, listen, man. I mean, you are hearing the flailing about of, you know, a fish out of water. You understand? They meaning that generation. I don't know who people think this man is, or when he was born, or if they've been educated as to the ongoings of the times in which this man was a young man. But all he is doing is he is entertaining his second childhood.
Come on.
And there is nothing more that before this man goes that he would like to see is other than the joys of his childhood.
The good old days.
The good old days. You know, there's no mentioning of the fact that there's nothing great about this man other than, you know, he's been known to be a swindler, a con man, a liar, an indebted person, a borrower, a conniver, a schemer, and has been great at it. Teflon. Teflon, they call it.
He has a touchy-feely streak, too.
Yeah. Just all kinds of weirdness about it. Small-handedness.
Yeah, oh man. Teeny hand.
Yeah, just like a monkey thief kind of person. You understand? just a pirate monkey, just a pilferer.
Man.
You understand? Just all lowly in stature and nature.
So big, so tall, but yet so small.
So words like "great" upon the lips of a purser of lips, but yet cowardice in every step.
Talk to him, bro. Talk to him.
It's just bewildering to me, but not so much when you equate it to the 30% out of 100 that bow before this nonsense. You understand?
That's fact.
So sadly, I was in a discussion sometime, off this application, but with others who perceive life and reality for what it is. And we were recounting history, and we correlated the minority in the overthrowing of Germany and their democracy in the early 1900s, around the 1920s, 1930s, and the rise of a certain political ideology and party. They were the minority. They were the minority.
Yeah, that's what they call them, the silent majority.
Right. They were the minority that took over that government, that couped that government. And then you, of course, we almost joked at the fact that if you asked any of them of their origin or their line of birth, they're all Irish, they're all Scottish, they're all English. None of them are Polish. None of them are Austrian or German.
Right. at all. Salute, squad. I see you, DGR. What's up with you, cousin?
DGR, we're going this one. So, it's just the when you shine a light onto certain things, the truth of the matter comes out. Trump was not his birth name. It was not the name of his father or his father before him.
That was his Americanized name to hide.
Exactly. So when you do the truth of a thing, no one can take that away from you. No one can conceal that light. And it is those that wish to, that want you to believe the BS. Those are the pigs you need to watch out for.
Talk to him. That's a fact. Did you what's up with your cousin? Take yourself off mute, man. I probably can't hear us. Let me run this next piece of content, man.
Question: who created race?
You know, that's a good question. I'm not really sure.
It was
White
a
people?
Portuguese man by the name of Gomez Inez de Zurara in 1452. He was actually commissioned by the Catholic Church, and they told him to go out and document the difference between these people, right?
Do you believe in race? Do you
It's a
believe race
social
exists?
construct.
No, you believe that it exists?
We live in the social construct. It's not biological.
So you're saying this man created it,
Yes, it's
and we
documented.
perpetuate it?
Yes, it's literally
Black people
documented.
also perpetuate it.
It's documented. They published 2 papal bulls, one in 1455 and one in 1457.
Yeah, so we're on the same
Yeah,
page. The
so
social construct is not really
Wait.
the
What was
determining
the
factor.
purpose of it being created, though?
Well, I'm not sure what his purpose was.
I got
creating
you.
race.
To justify chattel slavery, right?
I do not. Agree
It's
to that
literally
premise.
documented. I don't care if you
I don't
agree or
agree
not.
to that. Okay.
I don't care. It's literally documented.
Okay.
So
I'll accept that.
the point being is that this system was literally created to disenfranchise black people. Specifically, it's the structuring maintenance of a hierarchy which continues to actually create a free and cheap labor class, chattel slavery. Prior to chattel slavery, there were slaves, but they weren't based off of race. After the creation of race, they engaged in chattel slavery to actually create this free and cheap labor class. Now,
But I don't think it was primarily to disenfranchise black people.
It literally was.
Race
You have to
has
go back
never
and read the papal bulls.
slavery was never about race.
Okay, brother, I gotta say this because the truth was made.
This motherfucker.
I'm sorry,
boy.
I can't even hold it no more. I can't even hold it no more.
This motherfucker.
I really can't because everything, and I literally mean everything that came after. Do you believe in race? And who do you think created racism? Or who do you think created racism? The response to that question ended all following discussion for me.
Come on.
For me,
Yeah,
because
I don't
know this man. I don't know this man to have come from any other fucking country in all the world. And mind you, I know people from varying countries all around the world. And I understand their disconnect to certain things based on, their immediate relocation to the United States. But this man, I know, grew up as a black man in America. And for you to say you don't know who created race, who you lying to?
Himself. Now, as a matter of fact, it's not even to me a question about who you lying to, who you pandering to.
No.
Who you pandering to?
You can call it whatever you want. You call it pandering for you can call it pandering if you want to. The question is, who you lying to?
His motherfucking self. Because facts don't give a fuck about feelings. Facts don't give a fuck about your truth.
I don't know who birthed and raised this nigga. You understand? But I'm sure if they was present, I would like to see the camera affixed to their face.
Oh my goodness. What a sight to see. What a
to see if their souls would concur with the education that they have given this black man in America as to where this nonsense comes from. This division. I would love to see their faces.
Man, let me play this for you. Listen to this shit.
Put him up.
Autopsy
Put
did not
him.
No, that's not it. Hold on. That's not it. I'm saving his smile.
Because look at it like this, right? Look at it like this. And I have friends of all races, creeds, kinds, whatever the earth has produced. I have friends. And they understand one thing. There has been a shit ton of wrong on this planet. There's no right to any of these wrongs. But it is up to us to fix it, to right the ship. You understand? In so many words.
Uh-huh.
And so, yeah,
Absolutely.
it's wrong, but the problem becomes when people want to overlook the wrong to justify the wrong and just say, hey, let's just start from today. No, I'm sorry. There's a debt to be paid, MF. There's a
Talk
debt to be
about it.
paid. And until that debt is paid, you are due. You dig?
You in the hole.
There ain't no forgiving of no debts around here because we can't forgive nothing. Only God can forgive. Man can't forgive nothing.
Talk about it. But this is this tap dancing nigga.
Trying to figure out to say
this
what the
tap.
hell is wrong with looking at yourself as black first before you're anything else, black before you're American, black before you're anything else. What's wrong with that?
Okay, because all black people ain't the same. And like for instance, we all different. So when I say I'm black, what does that mean? The color of my skin.
Can I interject right there?
No. Black people from New York is different than black people from the South. Black people from Africa that came over here as immigrants are very different than African Americans. We are all different. We're diverse like anybody else. When white people say I'm white first, what does that mean?
Let's stick with black people in this regard. When you talk about the slave trade and you said we were enslaved and then traded all over the world, who were those people? Black people.
Well,
what I'm trying to say,
I'm
simply saying if you identify with that from an historical perspective, these are my ancestors. This is what we endured. This is where I come from, and that's what I identify with first. Because to some degree, I'm still feeling some remnants of that even in today's society. I'm saying if you identify yourself as black before you identify yourself as American, what you're doing is saying coming out of the womb, I'm going to be at a disadvantage because I'm in America and I'm going to have to scratch and claw and have an uphill climb. Now, that doesn't mean you give up. That doesn't mean you use it as a crutch. It doesn't mean that you sit up there and use that as a reason to be lackadaisical and have a defeatist attitude and don't work your way and maneuver your way through that terrain in order to get to that point. But it does mean you at least acknowledging that, there are historical insidious acts that are associated with this particular nation that I live in. And as a result, I recognize the fact that I'm going to have to march forward and it's going to be a uphill climb for me to get to where I'm going. If somebody identifies that with blackness, you can do that.
But Stephen A., that's not always true that every black person have to suffer an uphill climb. That's not true. And we'll go back to like what I said. My ancestors came from Nigeria, so I know that, through my ancestry.com research that my people came over here as slaves. Not every black person in America came from slavery. It wasn't the case. Not every black person in America migrated here and was in the South. Some of them went to the North and were in indentured service, and they never were slaves. Some black people came over here and became slave owners and were not slaves themselves. So it's a very dynamic.
There we go.
Hold on. Did this gentleman just say his people from Nigeria? That's where he identified.
That's what he said.
All right, we don't need to have no discussion.
This is the comical shit, right? So as soon as he tried to backslide out of the conversation about what it is to be black, the first thing that he tried to do was go into white people. So Stephen A., and now imagine this, out of all people, Stephen A. Smith got to check him about this shit. Stephen A. Smith said, no, come back over here because we're talking about black people. We're not talking about nothing else. Another stupid ass asinine comment that he made was, well, all black people are not the same. Black people from New York are not different. They're different from black people from the South. If a black person from New York and a black person from the South and a black person from the East Coast or West Coast and a black person from the Midwest all had on black t-shirts, black shorts, black shoes, and didn't open their motherfucking mouth, how would you know the difference? Because to them, guess what all of us are?
The way they dress.
I said, if they all had on identical clothes, black shirt, black shoes, black shorts, and they never opened their mouths.
I didn't mean dress, the way they move.
If they, you missing my point.
I know.
My point is that for the people who he's trying to defend by saying a comment like, well, all black people aren't the same. To them, that's absolutely not true. And when I say to them, I'm specifically talking about the people who are racist towards black people.
So do you believe all black people are the same?
I believe that black people are not a monolith, but what makes us all the same is that we're all black. So in that regard, yes.
I'm listening. Give me 2 minutes. I'm listening. What up, DGO?
No, I think he meant just like I don't believe all white people are the same. People from New York and white people from Kentucky ain't the same.
Are white people White.
Yeah, they white. That's the only thing they have in common.
Okay.
That they white.
That
But don't make
that
us
is
all the
what
same.
that is the point. That is the point that Stephen A. Smith was making. It wasn't about our characteristics as far as our lingo, the way we dress, the cars we drive, the food we eat. That had nothing to do with what Stephen A. Smith's point was. Stephen A. Smith's point was understanding that being black in America, to certain individuals, they don't give a fuck about what makes you different regionally.
Oh, yeah.
You're black.
Well, yeah.
You're black. So guess what? If a racist motherfucker in California looked at a person from California and said, I can't stand him because he's black, do you think that he would have given a fuck about treating a motherfucker that's black from New York or from down south any different? No, because to him, they're still all the same thing. And that's the one thing that we do share in common. We're all black.
Here's my thing. You know what I'm saying? Coming from the perspective of someone who's been outside of this country numerous times, not just one time on vacation or nothing like that. And so therefore I understand how
You've been to Trinidad a couple times, nigga. We don't want to hear that shit.
yeah, I know.
No, what
And
he's
so
saying is that he been out of the states for enjoyment and deployment.
I've been out of the United States, and so I understand certain perspectives as it pertains to the United States. And I've recently gotten back on my we need to rid ourselves of this hyphenated American nonsense, right? Because all of this conversation as it pertains to the identifying of certain peoples of the Americas within America, it sound fly when you in America. But outside of America, you just American food, nigga. And I don't give a damn who or what color you are, or I don't give a damn if you Chinese American. Outside of America, what's happening? Outside
You're
of America,
American.
you are just American. And so those peoples of that nation or of those nations, they don't look at you saying, hey man, don't touch him, he black American. They don't look at you saying, oh no, that's a white American. They don't look at you and say, oh, that's a Latino American. They don't say, oh, that's an Asian American. Nigga, you's an American. And outside of America, nigga, you ain't nothing but food. So for the simple fact that we sit in America and we seem to divide ourselves amongst ourselves in America, it's asinine to me.
But I believe that other countries divide themselves too. Canadians don't consider themselves black.
But
No,
Canadian,
no. Hey, DGR, I agree. I concur with you 100%. But as an American, I don't give two shits what nobody else consider themselves.
No,
I'm talking to my fellow Americans.
right? And that's the point that I'm most concerned about, is that this is an American talking this shit about Americans. Now, whatever may go on and however it may go on outside of these borders, it could be a concern to me as well, but it's not as of a paramount concern as what's going on in this country and the type of rhetoric that's being used in a divisive ass way to do more harm than good for us. And it's even worse when it's somebody that looks just
So
like
this is Officer. I'm not gonna call him Officer Brown. You're not your ex-cop. Anybody who calls himself their old job means they don't think much of the new one they have. But this is him basically being disappointed. Well, I'll let you see.
I was not invited to any of the Turning Point Faith events, which I'm one of the biggest Christians in the movement right now that stand up for Jesus Christ.
And this is him explaining about how he wouldn't cry about the death of his own child.
For my wife.
Really?
I just wouldn't.
What if your kid died?
That's a different thing. I mean, I would try not to cry for my wife if my kid
To be
died.
like the support.
No, yeah, I'm her foundation. I'm her strong point.
And this is him crying over Charlie Kirk.
Restraint that Officer Tatum is showcasing right now, every Christian in this nation can relate to, because this is the type of suffering that we have to suffer with Christ. In such a tragic time like this, we still have to operate in peace and have to honor the word.
We're not the same.
You mean to tell me that at the knowledge of your son's death, your child's death, regardless if it's a son or a daughter, your child's death, that you wouldn't cry because you need to be a rock for your wife? So you would not show emotional loss or display emotional loss to the one that shares a bed with you. But for Charlie Kirk, manipulative, racist ass, yep, I said it, you would shed tears publicly.
So let me ask you a question. If it wasn't Charlie Kirkland he shed tears for publicly, and it was a black man he shed tears for publicly, but he still wouldn't shed tears for his own child because he want to be strong for his wife, would you say the same thing?
I would say the same thing, but it makes it worse because it's not. Everything that you said had to do with woulda, coulda, shoulda, and if it was a fifth, we'd all be fucking drunk. The reality says that he said, in reality, I would not show or publicly display sorrow, mourning, hurt, pain, or loss, because I have to be the rock for my wife and my family. That was his bullshit excuse. But he has no problem publicly.
Brandon Trayston had nothing to do with this. Trayston wasn't even on any of the boats. Brandon Trayston had nothing to.
My bad, I hit that by accident. He has no problem with publicly showing that type of loss and emotion for somebody who was a manipulator.
So my thing is this, and this is what I'm recognizing that has occurred. We have, ladies and gentlemen, we have a buck broken Negro.
Who say it?
Propped up in front of us as a voice of guidance and leadership.
Man. Hey, now, y'all listen, it's Too Sweet talking to you. Now I'm breaking your buck.
I agree. But here's what I have a problem with. Anybody on this panel consider themselves African American?
I consider myself a black man.
That's not, I said, anybody on this panel consider themselves African American? That was my question.
I just gave you my answer.
Okay. So what do you feel about people who consider themselves African?
That they got that's their prerogative. They can identify with that.
No, I said,
I'm
what is
sure that if I have to fill out a fucking application or some type of form, and that's there as far as my description to check, then that's going to be the thing that I'm going to check.
Oh, that's going to be the thing you're going to check. You're not going to check other. So
I ask you this, DGR, if I may, brother. I ask you this. What are you? Are you African or are you American?
I mean,
I would say that I'm just as much African American as a white person decides to call itself European American.
I wouldn't consider myself African American. I would put other. Here's the reason why. Why would you consider yourself something that the people who you're considering yourself don't even want?
Well, not only that, but American.
That's a matter of
when you
opinion.
say,
no, that's a matter of fact.
No, here's the true ideology in its form. If you are an American, your origin does not matter. But for those who have chosen to force you to identify yourself as other than American, that's where you're getting caught in the loop. Because they have forced you to identify yourself as other than American.
Right.
Okay.
Now on most applications, they've reviewed. They some still continue to indicate white American, but that's code for them to say, oh, okay, we can remove the white part and just consider them American. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
They even have it.
Absolutely.
They even have it so far to say as white American, non-Hispanic.
Come on.
Right.
Come
You
on.
understand what I'm saying? Right.
Because you
So
got those.
this is what I'm saying by we must do away with the hyphenation of Americans. True enough. All immigrants to this country, they bring their culture with them, and that culture gets thrown into the pot of America, which is what truly makes America great. But do
Right.
we really need to identify what global region you have immigrated from to consider you an American?
No, but let me ask you this. How would you feel about a white person, right, putting on an application they're African American?
I think that if that white person gets called for an interview and it's not, and they lied on the application, they'll be let out of the door.
How are they? Here's the question: how are they lying? There are white people who were born in Africa.
Oh my
If they
God.
move to America, are they not African Americans? Just say yes or no.
Bruh, you playing word semantics, my
I'm
nigga.
not playing word. I'm asking you that for a reason. I got a reason.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
Elon
Wait. Let me hold on.
Musk is the richest African American I know.
All right, let me ask you this question. When they put the choice for African American, who do you think typically they are thinking about?
But you're worried about they.
Hold on, no.
You're letting they have control.
Well, they got control because those are the ones who printed out the fucking application from the beginning.
Okay, no. But you let them have control by you filling out. You said the choice you would make is African American. Me, I'm putting other.
Again, when they label African American, they normally typically mean a U.S. citizen from this country who is a black person.
Okay, but that's they. I don't care about they.
They that you don't care about are the ones who produce the application.
Okay, and you're going.
So you have to care enough. You have to care enough in order to even have a pen in your hand.
No, you don't, because you have every right to put other.
Why not?
You choose to put African American.
You chose to look at the application. So if you chose to put an application in front of you, then
it's your choice on what you pick. You are. You don't get that. It's your choice. If you pick African American instead of other, you're putting a label on yourself by saying I'm African American.
You know what's right next to the choice of other?
What?
2 lines.
Okay, what that mean?
You don't know what those mean?
I know I'm putting other. Period.
No, I'm saying that's fine. When you select other, do you know what those lines are for?
For you to put what other?
But
exactly. You can just check off other, and it's a fact.
Okay, and when you check
off other, they're gonna ask you to denote what the other is.
And when you don't, your application will be thrown in the garbage, and that's a fact.
I can't agree with that.
That's fine. That's fine.
So you're saying you would put African American so that your application won't get thrown in the garbage?
I'm saying that I'm gonna put African American because that's what I am. So if I get called for an interview and instead of me putting African American, I put, let's say for instance, Hispanic or Asian American, then if that is who they're looking for to fill a slot, or whatever case it may be, and I'm not that, that's an indication from the very beginning how trustworthy is this person if he's lying on his application.
Okay, but how are you lying? You're letting them make it. How you not see it?
You know what? Don't argue with me about it. Argue with the next motherfucker who application you got to fill out.
No.
I got a question as it pertains.
Hold on, real quick. Let me just say this. The reason why, I don't have no problem telling you the reason why I say what you think I just talk without knowledge. I'm gonna tell you why. First and foremost, you sat there and said that how trustworthy of this person because that person lied, right? Calico, is your grandmother African? Was your grandmother born in Africa?
No.
Were you born in Africa?
No,
Were your mother born in Africa?
no.
So how are you lying by saying you're not African American?
Because I would be lying because, well, I am not an African American.
Right. So if you check
And there, if in their minds, if I'm expressing to them that I'm not an African American, that I am from African descent, is that the question that you're asking me? I just want to make sure I'm clear.
No. How are you from African descent? How many generations of your family been in America?
That doesn't matter. I'm still from African descent.
Well, then I'm of Trinidadian descent.
And Trinidadians are what? They're part of what race? They're part. That's an ethnicity. What race are they from?
What do you mean? They have Trinity. There's Indians. There's mixed. There's all different. What do you mean?
I'm asking you, is being a Trinidadian a race or is it an ethnicity?
It's just like African. African is not a race. There's all type of people that live in Africa for hundreds of years. So what do you mean? African
What
is not a race.
people? You know how you can tell where a people are from is damn near based on the homogenized population. What that means is that if you went to China right now and you found black people in China, if you found white people in China, if you found whatever kind of people that you find in China, you know why the population will still be damn near maximally predominantly China or Chinese, because they're in China. The same way that no matter what other races or ethnicities that you may find from different backgrounds and races in Africa, if you're black, you're an African.
But according to you and other people, all life came from Africa. So if all life came from Africa, then that means everybody's what? Fucking African, right?
Well, then you should go and argue with the people that make the. You should go listen. You should go and argue with the people that make these applications, and explain to them that when it comes to this, I'm not marking anything but other. And then when they ask me on the line what other is, I'm gonna say African, because that's where we're all from. And then you can have that debate with them and play word semantics all day. But I know in the current society of America, America knows, especially the business world, knows what an African American is.
Okay, but I'm not arguing with anybody, because if you don't accept my answer, then fuck your job. What you're saying is you're
That ain't gonna hurt them
and do what they told you. No, what you're saying
that is not gonna hurt them.
You're gonna go put but what you're gonna do is you're gonna be Uncle Tom, and you're gonna go put African American to satisfy them so that they can give you that job.
No.
Because you're not African American.
I'm going to.
You are not African American. I don't care what you tell me. You are not. You can't tell me which one.
But guess what? How do you feel that what you're stating right now is paramount for everybody? Because I want you to understand what you just stated, because I love what you just stated. You just stated, I'm not African American and I don't give a fuck what you say. So guess what? That can go both ways.
Okay, right, and it can.
Right.
But I'm not settling to be nothing for no fucking job. Period.
Okay, so then no. Okay, I thought you was just talking about me when you said what I'm not. So now you back to you.
No. I'm saying period. Because if you can name me the generation of your family that was in Africa, I'll be quiet.
I can actually. I would have to shut this whole shit down.
My question is,
that's all irrelevant.
My question is, if you are to eliminate all that you utilize to hyphenate American, are you American?
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking anyone. If you're using a hyphenation prior to being an American, and you know you are an American.
Exactly.
What is the purpose of you identifying anything?
Thank you.
Prior to being American.
Answer that question, Calico.
No, it's very simple. In my opinion, it has to do with a whole bunch of systematic structures. It was a whole lot of systematic structures that were put in place, and I believe the reason for that has just as much to do with that person being requested to identify what they are as it is for them to use that identification in a nefarious way.
And
This is why this is why you have things like redlining. This is why you have things like, oh, well, we can tell from this because they put this on the side. We don't really think we want to give them that home loan. We don't
so,
think we really want to give them that business loan.
so by
Because these practices have been put into these things have been put into place and have been practiced.
so by you checking African American, what are you doing? You're playing into their system, correct?
When I'm
You're marginalizing yourself. In the business
first of all,
world, so that
it depends on what kind of application that I'm putting or that I'm filling out. But if it's let's say for instance it's for employment. If I'm putting in this application for employment, me feeding into their system has nothing to do with my family being fed by me going out to get employment.
Mhm.
Now, you can sit and fight the fucking power to the last grain on everything and be semantic all you want. That shit doesn't play paramount when not only your stomach is playing drumline, but others are as well. So you either have one or two choices, sit on your ass or get on your feet. But the fact of the matter is you can't do both at the same time. And the best way to get on your feet is to get off your ass.
Oh, so you're saying to prevent from
No, no,
starting.
no, 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 no. See, that right there is what you call building a trap. That's what you call building a trap in a conversation. So when you start off by saying, oh, so what you're saying, I said exactly what I said.
All right. No, so right. And I'm saying what you're saying is I'm emphasizing on what you're saying. So what you're saying is to feed yourself, you would say, you know what? Let me put African American, what the man wants me to put so that I can get this job.
Absolutely.
They won't look at me as a liar if
Absolutely.
I put other.
If I'm
Because
not
actually,
in
if
a
you put other,
position,
you're not lying.
if I'm not in a position to open and start my own business and self-employ myself,
Mhm.
and if I have to seek employment in order to build up funds in order to fund my own ideas and dreams,
Mhm.
then yes, I'm
Okay.
going to have to play
Saying
that game
that
in
slave.
order to generate some type of money. Because guess what? Whatever my word semantics may be, the
Mhm.
power company don't give a fuck about that when it's time to pay the bill.
And the power company don't give a fuck if you African American, American, Jewish American, or what.
They don't.
Okay, then.
They don't. So
Exactly.
guess what? Everybody has to play the game.
Says who? The white
Says
people.
who? Says who? What is your main mode of transportation?
What do you mean?
What is your main mode of transportation?
As a human, you mean?
No. As a human, as where you live at in the city that you live in the middle of New York City. Not only you, but a good portion of people
Mhm.
don't even bother with cars because everything they need or have to affiliate and associate with is so fucking close, and you have one of the world's best fucking transportation systems,
Exactly.
which spreads out in spider webs through all out the fucking city. Right?
Exactly. Mhm.
Okay, so when you jump on that subway,
Uh-huh.
that's for sure not owned by anybody black.
What does that have to do with it? When I buy my Metro card,
Are you not paying into
hold
their
on,
system?
hold on. When I buy that Omni card, it doesn't. I don't fill out a fucking application to say whether I'm. When you go to that machine, it doesn't say is this a black person buying this card? Is this a white person buying this card? It don't matter who the fuck it is buying that card. So what are you saying?
Are you paying into their system?
That's by choice. You choose to do that because you want to
Okay.
get where you're going.
Anything that you do is by choice.
Exactly.
So what do you mean it's by choice? Anything that you do is by choice.
Exactly. You know, I don't think so. So what are you saying? The point I'm telling you is you said for you to get a job, you will label yourself. Riding the train, you're not labeling yourself. I don't give a fuck whose system I'm paying my money.
You saying I would label myself to
So
do
you're
what?
trying to move the goalpost. I
No,
asked you,
I'm asking
what
you. You
is
saying you would
labeling
you saying I would label myself in order to do what?
to get a job?
Which consists of
Consist of what?
it consists of either trading goods and services or
Oh,
labor.
so
Well,
okay.
hold on. Or
Oh,
labor or whatever skill you may possess
uh-huh.
for payment.
Uh-huh.
Correct?
Correct. Uh-huh.
Okay. So what means more? Whatever label that they may need to have, or me getting a paycheck?
I can answer that very easily. Are you gay?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Anybody on this panel gay? I would think not. Okay, then. So, hold on. If society was ran, all of a sudden now, you can't get the job unless you are a homosexual. Would you write, yes, I'm a homosexual to get that job? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, then. So why would you lie and say you're African American to get the fucking job if you won't lie and say you're a homosexual?
It's very simple.
So you
Because
would
what you're
starve. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me finish. You would starve before you put homosexual, correct?
I would not take that job.
You wouldn't take that job, but you would take the job because you have to put African American. So either way, you're lying because you are not.
No, 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 no.
Because you
Because
did not come from fucking Africa to America.
one thing that you forgot to mention is that you're comparing apples and oranges.
No, I'm not. You are, because it's all the same thing. Either way, you're lying. Because if you are not a homosexual, then you would not put that on your.
What does a homosexual have? What does the homosexual have anything to do with?
I'm gonna tell you why.
How are you gonna tell me why? But I ain't even ask my question. How is being or admitting that you're a homosexual have anything to do with indicating that you're African American? Those are two whole different fucking things.
No, don't mix the two. What I'm telling you is the choice. What I'm telling you is whether you lie or you don't lie. Once again, I'm going to reiterate and I'm going to ask you.
It has nothing to do with lying. It has
on a job application, you knew that if you went to work for this company, the CEO of this company is a gay man. And you knew that the chances of you getting that job, if you put anything else besides that you are a gay man, the chances of you getting that job is very slim to none. I'm going to ask you again. You said you'd rather not choose that job because you would not lie and say that you are a homosexual. So why would you lie and say that you're African American to get that job when you're not a fucking African American because you ain't from fucking Africa? Again, can you answer that, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
So one lie is more convenient than the other.
I thought you wanted me to answer it.
Go ahead.
I mean, I'm gonna finish waiting for you to finish barking at the side of your. If you want to keep biting on your shoulder, let me know.
I'm good.
Okay, great. So one has to do with racial, ethnic background things that anybody, something about you that anybody can see clearly. The other one has to do with sexual identity, meaning that you can put 10 people in the room and only if 4 of them was gay. How the fuck can you know unless they dressed a certain way or if they act a certain way? But if you just told them to stand there, they all have on identical clothing. All of them look the same. Nobody got on makeup or fingernails and nothing like that. They're just all 5 fucking men sitting in a fucking row. How would you know who is gay unless you can read their mind? Or unless you've seen their actions?
That have to do?
No, I'm asking you. No. Answer that question.
You're not going to be able to
How
tell.
would you be
You're
able
not
to
going
know?
to be able to tell.
Okay, so then hold on, wait. So how is it the same if one has to do with sexual orientation and the other one has to do with, let's say, for instance, skin color?
I can answer.
One is obvious, the other one isn't.
How you ask?
So how is that not apples and oranges?
I'm going to tell you how now. Can I ask a question? I'm going to tell you how now. It's not apples and oranges because altogether, what you're trying to do is you're trying to avoid the fact that a lie is a lie. You are lying by saying you're an African American.
According to who?
You're a lion.
According to who?
Okay, so according to who are you lying saying you're gay? According to yourself, right? So according to yourself, you're fucking lying. So in your mind, you believe you're an African American.
If I'm having to identify between these choices on this application, let's say if the person who was there to hire the people came into a room full of people, do you think that he would have to ask me if I'm African American or if he can look at me and tell? All he would maybe need to do is ask me.
African American. African American is something that's made up.
All he may need to do is ask me, am I a citizen of this country? Was I born here? Or am I an immigrant of this country? However, when he looks at me, the second that I tell him that I was born here, guess what he's finna check off on that application? He's going to check off African American. You know why?
Make it a fact.
You want me to tell you why? Because rather you believe it to be fact or not, It's what that application and the people that are applicants are trying to apply to the job that they're filling. That's what they're looking for. If you don't choose to subscribe to it, you're not forced to have to get that job.
Okay, then. But again, I'm going to ask you one more time, and you're not going around it. I'm going to ask you this one more time.
Go ahead, because
Are
this
you
shit is
lying?
getting into my content.
Are you? Don't say according to who. We are talking about you yourself. Are you lying by saying you're African American? Yes or no?
I just told you, no.
No. So I'm going to ask you
No.
again. Were you born in Africa?
No.
How the fuck are you an African American?
Are you only looking at the word African, or are you looking at the word African American?
No,
because you keep asking me. Hold on, wait. The only reason why I'm asking you that is because,
Trinidadian American means
hold on. The only
a
reason why I
Jamaican
keep asking you
American
that,
means you're born in
bro,
Jamaica.
we both can't talk. We both can't talk. If you want to ask me a question and then make this remark, then allow me to rebut it.
I know this not
But
big
the
enough.
only reason why you feel you so right is because the only thing you hear is you.
I know you not, nigga.
What I'm saying to you is that if you're only asking me, well, how the fuck are you African if you were never born in African, right? That's your claim.
Correct.
But you're asking me, why do I identify as African American? Now, it would make your response would make sense if you were asking me, why do I identify and check African?
No.
Instead of checking African American, because one, African has to do with your race, where you come from, what you are.
Not my race. If you believe that, that's your choice to believe that all black people is from Africa.
Okay, that's my choice. All right, look, you can listen.
That black
But
people
you're not
were here.
asking me what you believe. You asking me what I believe. This is what makes it damn near impossible to have a debate or a discussion with you, is because you ask a question and then you ask me my opinion on it. And then once I start to give you my opinion, you can't stop biting your fucking shoulder to tell me what you feel about you. You didn't ask me about you.
You're not
You
listening.
did not ask me about you. You asked me about me. Right?
Yo, bro, I asked you if
did you not ask me about me and my choices? Or did you just not finish telling me what you would do and what you recognize as? I wasn't asking you. I wasn't answering your question for you. See, that's the same mind state that niggas be having when they ask you shit like, what's your top 5 MCs? And then you give them to them. Oh, nigga, how you gonna say that? Nigga, do you want my 5 MCs or yours?
See how he go with soliloquies? But then let me bring up.
I'm giving you a soliloquy. Nigga, the whole fucking conversation you talking about is a soliloquy.
This has nothing
we talking about applications, and I'm talking about this tap dancing ass nigga Tatum. So how the fuck is all of this not a soliloquy?
I'm gonna tell you why. Because it's black people like you who label yourselves, and you sit there and you call yourself something that you are not. In your mind, you can believe you're an African American all you want, but you were not born there. See,
I just told you what I believe I am.
Of every word, the meaning of the word.
I just told you, but see, what you're doing is now you're conflating two different things. When you ask me what I identify as, what did I tell you?
What you said you identify as?
I said I identify as a black man. Did I not?
Okay, but on that application, what you identify?
Okay, no. You're asking me what I identified myself as, right?
Crook, what do you identify yourself as?
That nigga went to sleep on this conversation.
If you choose to believe that your ass is an African American, then hey, that's your choice. You have
is a African, again, the label African American. One is to show.
Go to Africa and what they tell you.
One is to show what you are a descendant of.
You are not.
And the other one, sir, whatever you choose to believe is what you choose to believe, but you can't believe for both of us.
Okay, so all I ask you is, if you're making that claim, who in your family?
My claim was I identify myself as a black man.
Okay, are you African American? Yes or no?
On paper, if I have to be, then yes. If that's the choices that I have So if that's the choices that I have to identify myself as, then yes, that's what I'm going
There
to pick.
goes the key word. What you have to. No, you don't have to do anything.
No, I don't. You're right. I absolutely don't have to go get no employment. I don't have to get a job. They're not pointing a gun to my head and saying, come in here, fill out this application, and you better put this right here, or we're going to kill you if you don't take this job. I don't think nobody that's hiring is saying no shit like that. So
Hey,
what you're saying is completely fucking asinine.
No, it's not.
To answer your question, DGR, if asked what I consider myself as, I consider myself as an American. And when I put that on the application, I mean that would go down under other with the choices that they present that I would not accept. I'd place it as an American, and then we could take that back to the back of the HR room and have a further discussion.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But I'm not putting down African American because guess what? I can't find the person. I can't go and say, well, grandma such and such was from Africa. No, nigga, I know I was born. I know where I come from, and I know where my parents come from, where my parents were born, where my parents were born. Because see, what you don't seem to realize is that they're black people, which I call indigenous.
Now we're in America way before slaves got here.
No. What I'm telling you is indigenous means the first people there. Okay? So if the first people in America were black people, I don't give a damn where they came from. That don't mean they have to come from Africa. You can believe that every person in the world comes from Africa. I don't believe that. I believe there was indigenous people everywhere on this earth, and we were the first people on this planet, not the first people on the continent of Africa. We were the first people on this planet, and we were everywhere. We weren't just in Africa. We were everywhere. So what I'm telling you is I'm not labeling myself no African fucking American because I don't come from Africa. Period. And by me, hold on, let me finish. By me making a choice of African American, so by you saying you would make the choice.
Oh, it's back to me again.
Okay, no, hold on. By anybody saying they would make the choice on an application to put African American and they're not from Africa, that's the same thing as you putting you're gay. You know why? Because you're lying. Period. You're lying. You are lying. I know you're lying. If I saw you put African American on application, Calico lying.
Okay.
Calico ain't African American.
No, Calico ain't gay.
And you're not African American either.
Okay, that's according to you.
No, these are facts.
Again, but
you are not from Africa.
Whoa. But
you
what
are not
you
from
can't,
Africa.
what you can't do, now the whole time that you told me your whole spill about what you believe, that indigenous people were all over this earth at the same time. They originated from every part of this earth, not one place and then spread out. That's your belief, right? At no time when you were expressing what you believe about a question that you asked me about what I feel, that I interrupt you or tell you that you were wrong or tell you that you were foolish for what you believe, because, hey, you're entitled to your beliefs the same way that I'm entitled to mine, correct?
I called you foolish. I said facts or not facts.
No.
You have every right to tell me.
So then, hold on. So then factually, that I can say the majority of the black people on this earth are in Africa.
You can believe that.
That's exactly what I choose to believe.
Now, is that a fact?
The majority of the people on this earth who are black are in Africa.
Okay.
Because that's where they originate from.
Okay, so let me ask you this question.
The majority of Asian people, Chinese people, are in China.
Okay, so let me ask you this then.
Regardless of however many they are around the rest of the world, the majority of them are in the homogenous country that which they originate.
So what you're trying to tell me is in this country, you believe, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. You're telling me that on this earth, you believe that if you counted every black person on the face of the earth, you're telling me that Africa has more black people on the face of the earth than all the black people in all the countries put together? You believe that?
That's what I believe.
Yo, this guy, you can't be fucking serious. So, okay, what's the population of Africa?
I don't know. Look it up.
So how can you say something if you don't know?
You didn't
I
ask
just
me.
asked you. I said, "What's you said the biggest fight
You
that I
asking me
thought
two
you?"
different things. You
No,
asking me
no,
two
no.
different things.
You
One
said
has to
You
do.
said the biggest.
Wait, hold on, wait. One has to do. One has to do
Yeah, you cut me
with
off.
you asking me. One has to do with you asking me or responding to my remark of saying that the majority of black people on this earth are in Africa. But that is not the same as me telling you that I can just off the top of my motherfucking head what the accurate fucking
Okay.
population is
So
in
then,
Africa.
how can you know that there's more here than more there if you don't
Do
know
you
the
know? Do you know the
if you don't know
population
the
of?
numbers? How can you say that?
Do you know the population of how many people, how many Africans that's outside of Africa? Do you know the population?
No, no, no. You asked
Do
me.
you know? Do you know the population of, as far as the rest of the world goes, everywhere except Africa, outside, excluding Africa? Do you know the population of the rest of the black people in the world?
620 million.
620 million. And where do you get this figure from?
It doesn't matter. I got the figure.
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. It does not matter.
Okay. All right, great.
Tell you why?
Black
Hold on, I can
Americans,
tell
about
you
13
why.
to 14% of the population.
Yes,
about
I know
half
that.
of all prisoners are black.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, they commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders.
Okay.
You can't
Let's
argue
talk
the other.
about it.
That's
These
why.
are obviously racist claims, but I will respond to them as if Charlie Kirk were a reasonable person.
Than black people all over the world.
I'm gonna start this over. Please don't talk over the content, sir.
Black Americans, about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes,
about
I know that.
half of all prisoners are black.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, they commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders.
Okay. Let's talk about it. These are obviously racist claims, but I will respond to them as if Charlie Kirk were a reasonable person.
Black Americans, about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes,
about half of all prisoners are black.
Wrong. Just 38% of America's prison population is black. That's according to the U.S. government. But it makes you wonder why Charlie feels the need to add an additional 12% to the black prison population. Could it be because his bigoted talking points only work if he exaggerates them? If Charlie were actually looking for the race that makes up half the prison population in the U.S., he'd look no further than white people at 57%.
Exactly. So blacks commit more crimes than whites do.
Wrong. The word "so" is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence.
Exactly. So blacks commit more crimes.
He's saying "so" as in therefore, as in one could conclude, but Charlie knows he's lying. Even if he hadn't just lied about the black prison population, Charlie is smart enough to know that correlation does not equal causation, but he's hoping that you don't know that. So he deploys the word "so" to make you think he's coming to an obvious conclusion.
Exactly. So blacks
Instead, he's making an illogical racist leap. Charlie knows that we don't have usable data about who commits crimes. It's impossible to have that data since so many crimes go both unreported and or unsolved. Charlie knows that we only have data about arrests and convictions. I'll come back to that data in a moment. What's painfully obvious is that Charlie Kirk isn't interested in understanding the statistics he so carelessly misquotes. He's interested in making bad faith arguments. Something that becomes even more obvious in his next point.
Blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders.
Wrong again, and loud this time. If Charlie were interested in honesty, he would have mentioned the other 1350 statistic. Yes, black people are about 13% of the population, but make up 53% of all criminal exonerations. In fact, black people make up 55% of all murder exonerations. Specifically, black people are more likely than any other group in this country to be convicted of crimes they did not commit. And then people like you have the nerve to parade these stats around as though they prove something. The reality is that you probably know these stats, but you leave them out on purpose because to bring that stat into this conversation would make some people think. And that's the last thing a person like you wants.
Now, I know we're not going to play that game. I know you're not going to cut me off while I was talking, put your shit on, then tell me don't talk over your content. But that's what we doing?
So
you cut me off in the middle of talking, put that video on and tell me shut up while the video playing?
So I told you that, for one, the whole fucking argument about the application was going down a rabbit hole to begin with.
I just
Secondly, what I told you was because whatever it is that you choose to believe and make it fact doesn't mean that it's fact. That's what you choose to believe. And thirdly, when I asked you, can you produce these numbers? And you said, what was it, 620 million? And I said, where do you get your information from? And you said it doesn't matter. So by you saying it doesn't matter, it ended the argument right there, because what you basically said is that I'm not giving you any kind of way to cross-reference my information, so I'll just tell you it doesn't matter.
And you have
So how far after does the conversation need to go about that? If you're telling me that this is the number that I have, and nope, I'm not giving you a way to look it up. So from that point, you're the one that just said that the rest of that conversation doesn't matter.
That's according to you. I never said that. I was still talking.
You're the one who said it doesn't matter.
Still talking though.
What more is it to talk about?
You cut me off.
I don't get what more is it to talk about.
That's the same shit you was doing to Trace the other day. You cut niggas off when you don't like what they're saying, and then say don't speak over my comment.
Well, what is it? What's your main point that you're trying to say? Go ahead.
No, I don't want to. It's no point now. You done cut me
What's
off.
your point? You're still trying to convince me.
I'm not trying
that I'm not African American because I wasn't born in Africa.
You're not. We're dealing with
all right, but but see, listen, if that's what you choose to believe,
no.
I'm gonna tell you the same shit that I've been telling you the last 6 times I said it. If that's what you choose to believe, for you, that's cool. But you can't tell me what to choose to believe. Again, what does that got to do with the facts? Again, if the scenario has to do with me seeking employment, and these are my choices, then this is what I'm going to select, pure point blank, regardless of what you believe. Now, from that point, we can either get back to the content, further elaborate past on this subject, wherever else it is that you want to go, or we can keep running in circles about, because again, you've had to repeat yourself several times just like me. So then that means that somewhere we're getting lost in the fucking weeds. So we got options. We can either continue with the content, we can elaborate on this subject, but move it further. But if I'm again telling you that whatever it is that you choose to put on the application is what you choose to put on the application. But when it comes to survivability, all of that fight the power shit don't mean nothing over something that trivial.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
So what you can do is you can use the, what is that one called? What is that logical fallacy called? It's called the not a true German, I believe. That's what it's called, the not a true German fallacy.
This is coming from a Black Panther, y'all.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody would have. Do you know how Huey P. Newton would have felt if you told him, well, I'm going to take that white man's job and I'm going to consider myself this because I need to feed my family. So I'm going to go whatever the white man tells me I am because I want to feed my family, right?
But if I identify as an African American, how can you tell me I'm wrong?
Okay. Now, here's why I can tell you you're wrong. You always cut me off right there because this way you know I trap your ass up at. I'm going to tell you why. When you're dealing with words, we're going to deal with facts. The facts of the words are African, which you are not, and American. Now, here's what I'm telling you. Why didn't you say I'm not that either? By you putting African before you put American, that means where you came from. That's a fact. Mm-hmm. African American means you came from Africa to a Puerto. You can be any country American. You can be Trinidadian American, Jamaican American, Chinese American, Puerto Rican American, Dominican American, Haitian American. Just like Haitians call themselves Haitian Americans. You know why? Because they came from Haiti to America, so they are Haitian Americans. You didn't come from fucking Africa.
Do you think that the population or the people in Haiti are older? I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. Do you think the people from Haiti and their existence on the island outlives and is longer than the history of Africans?
What does the history got to do with facts?
I'm going to tell you.
You are not African. Again, you are not African.
I'm going to tell you exactly what it has to do with it.
You're not African.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think the history of Haitians being on that island that they're indigenous to, Do you think the history of them being there is longer than the history of people being
It's just as long. It's just as long. Yes, I believe it's just as long because we were all indigenous to our own native lands, nigga. Fuck is you talking?
Right. So then, if that's your belief, then your whole argument based on me not being an African
No, that's
American
a lie. You can't switch that up on me. You can play that smart shit for
My
somebody else.
man,
I'll tell you why it's different. It's a difference between opinions and facts. You are not African. Now you can believe you're African.
okay,
You
let
were
me
not
ask you
born in
this.
Africa.
Let
You
me
were
let me
not
ask you
born in
this.
Africa.
I never said that I was born in
That's
Africa.
okay. So I'm a West Coast nigga. I'm a Cali nigga.
What that
That's
mean?
cool, right? And everybody gonna accept the fact I never was born in
Dude,
Cali, grew up in Cali, and none of
the
that. But I'm a
fuck are you
Cali nigga.
going with this bullshit? Like
It's
at
not
the end of the
bullshit. It's
fucking
facts.
day, at the
It
end of the
doesn't matter.
fucking
You
day,
are not from
at the
there.
end of listen, no
You are
matter
not from
how
Africa.
many times that you scream the word facts, right?
You are not from
No matter how many times you scream the word facts, you can't convince me
Okay.
that
So how about I have an African right now
dude,
come tell
you're
you you
not
ain't
letting
African?
you're not letting me finish what I'm saying.
Hold on.
You're not letting me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there's no way that you can convince me that my people, my bloodline, what I'm a descendant of, comes from Africa.
Okay, so let me ask you something. If I
No,
have
no, no, no. Let me
you
ask
fuck
you.
your bloodline.
Let me no. Let me ask you. Let
You
me
were not
ask you.
born there.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you one more thing. Let me ask you just one more question. Can you prove, since it's facts, that my descendants don't come from there?
You forgot who you're talking to, Gallagher? You
I'm
think
asking you, nigga. I know exactly who I'm talking to. I'm asking the niggas that ain't answering the question.
Yes, you can't name the person in your family line who came from Africa. Tell them who it was. Was it your great grandmother?
Do you not think that's about design?
No. Is your great grandmother from Africa?
Do
Yes.
you think that's not by
I don't care
design?
whether it was designed or not. Was your
Well,
great
for you
grandmother?
to say that you don't care means that you
What
don't
does
care about
design have
facts.
to do with facts?
I
Design
can
has.
tell you exactly what it has to do with facts. It's an
You are
actual
not African.
fact, sir. It's an actual fact that Africans who were brought over here were sold, families split apart.
Give a fuck. And
Records,
once they got
sir.
sold, they were no longer
I'm
African.
not done talking, sir. I'm not done talking. Once these families and bloodlines were split apart and destroyed, and the records of where they came from were purposely destroyed, and these are facts, then how easy do you think it would be, not for me, but for anyone, for the majority, I ain't gonna say anyone because that includes everyone, but for the majority of people that's in America that come from African descent, how would you think that would be an easy thing for them to put back together?
Okay, so if that's the case, according to you, and
Is that fact or not?
You gonna let me answer?
Is
According
that
to
fact or
you,
not? Did
no, it's
those
not a
things
fact.
happen or not?
Okay, no, it didn't happen. Now, can I finish speaking? That's
Okay,
my
go ahead.
opinion. No, it didn't happen. Now, here's the fact, and I can show proof on everything I'm about to say. I've seen you yourself. I've heard you. Now, you said it on this show, and you said it on other shows. That you believe that all life came from Africa. Now, if that's
I believe that still.
okay, so if
You're not
that's the
catching
case,
me up in shit that I won't say again.
okay, so if that's the case, then Asians are African Americans too. Then, because if everybody came from Africa, forget about how many years ago it was. Because according to you, how many generations back doesn't matter. You're an African, so that means how many generations going back? It doesn't matter. That means white people, Asian people, Indian people, they all came from Africa, so they all African Americans if they live here.
And again, this is the reason why I said we're going in one
Because
big
there's
ass.
Asians. I can show you an Asian. I can listen. Hold on. I can show you an Asian right now.
We're going in one big ass circle.
No, we're not. I can
We're
show you
going
an
in one big
Indian
ass
right
circle.
now. Hold on. I can show you an Indian right now.
I can rewind this conversation back 13 minutes, and we're literally talking about the same
No,
shit.
we're not. I can show you an Indian right now who has closer ties to Africa than you. Facts.
And you can show me a white,
I can show you that their grandmother was from Africa.
you can show me
Your
a white
grandmother wasn't.
person, and you can show me a white person from Africa
that has more lineages than you.
How?
They can show 10 generations from 10
Mhm.
generations back where their family is in Africa. You can't show me that.
You know why that's
You can't show
probably
me that.
you know why that's probably why they probably can, because the people from them, those people, they wasn't practicing having their records of who they came from destroyed, like what was going on in America.
Nobody want to hear that shit.
Okay, no, you don't want to hear that shit. Please don't be a fan to nobody. Because the only thing bigger than a nobody is a motherfucker that's a somebody who think he's is a nobody that think he's a somebody.
Listen, all that
Don't
smart
do
talk
that.
for everybody else, that would be.
Don't do that.
What I'm telling you is that you are not African, and you know.
Okay, and I'm telling you, I'm telling you, I don't agree with you. So what's the next subject?
Okay, so let me ask you something. Where were you born?
No, if it's still
Where
about
were
that,
you
it's because
born? How were you African if you weren't born there?
because
How were you African if you weren't born there?
listen, contrary to whatever it is, because
Africa's not a race.
this is
Africa's
how
not a
this shit
race.
turns.
A country can never be a race.
This is how this shit turns into a 45 fucking minute debate.
No, because a country can never be a race.
No, what it is that you don't want to accept the fact that I don't agree with you.
No,
you just
don't want to accept
you just
the fact
said
that
your
no
opinion,
country
right?
is a race.
You just said your opinion, right? And I said I
country
don't
is
agree
not a
with you.
race.
And I said I don't agree with you, right?
A country
Where it goes
is
from
not a
there?
race.
Where does it go from there?
I'm gonna tell you where we go. I'm gonna ask you this one question. We gonna end it. Is a country a race? Yes or no?
Races, different races come from different
Is
continents.
a country a race?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay, then. So then you cannot say that because you're black, you're African.
Well, see, this is where your smart ass sounds stupid. Africa is not Africa.
No
Now, all right. Let me ask you something, rocket scientist. Is Africa a country or a continent? Smart man.
Okay, so every continent is a race.
Answer the question.
Okay, it's a continent. So it's every continent.
Okay, so then when at any time in what you just said did you mention a continent?
Okay, so now I'm telling you.
Cut me off when I tried to tell you what Africa was.
Hold on.
No. I'm talking about country.
Hold on. Now I'm telling you, you're absolutely right. Africa's a continent that has countries. So let me ask you this.
Absolutely.
Every continent is a race?
Over 50 of them.
Every continent a race, yes or no? Is every continent a race? Europe is a race. Europe is a race. Africa is a race. Asia is a race.
Europe is a place, not a race.
And so Africa's a place, not a race. And so is Asia. Not a race.
No, you're absolutely right. Africa is a place. Africans are a race.
Africans are a race?
Absolutely.
Wow. So you're trying to tell me the only people that
what
are
I'm trying to tell you is that we right back into this. I'm gonna just say this one last thing and I'm gonna end it. And we right back into this long ass conversation and I still got hella content.
How can Africans be a race? There's no white people in Africa?
Nigga, I'm not talking about it no more. How about that?
Yeah, because you can't.
I don't give a fuck about what you believe it's for.
Because you can't.
I don't care what you believe.
Everything you say, I crushed it. You just
if you believe so, cool.
So for the dumb-dumbs in the room, y'all save this part because I want to show a clip of Charlie Kirk being a racist for 2 minutes straight, maybe a little longer. Well, this is your boy Charlie being a racist. The racist that they claim that's out here, all your dumb black friends. It's not everybody black, but you know the most of your friends that's black is dumb, and they mad at Charlie over something that they ain't even watch his content.
No, run it back.
Most of your friends that's black is dumb.
Is he related to Herschel Walker?
Like this tap dancing motherfucker. The majority of your friends that's black are dumb.
No, that's Africans. Remember, Africans.
Because I'm moving on with the content. That's what I'm on. Now, nigga, if you want to call me when we done, I can sit up and have I got about 4 or 5 joints worth of highs to get fucked off by listening to you running and bite your shoulder and run in circles. But again, I'm telling you, I'm moving on with my content because that shit is another 45-minute fucking debate. I'm not trying to be on here 6 hours. I'm just not. So whatever it is that you think you won, nigga, take your prizes and go buy whatever it is that you feel you can buy with.
It's about facts and
But I'm going to stand on what I said just as much as you are.
Okay.
Going to stand on what you said. So with that being said, I'm not going to keep arguing about it, no matter what you feel.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate you, cuz.
I am a former Army interrogator, human intelligence collector. I was trained by the United States government to analyze your language, body language, posture to identify deception. I did it in the real world through interrogations, through source operations, and through strategic debriefings. I've got tons of certifications. I'm an expert at this.
You guys get ready to leave out of there, getting towed out.
Yeah.
And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, Nolan was, the last time I saw Nolan was 3 o'clock.
Last time he saw Nolan was 3 o'clock. That is critically important information. All right, right here, he's talking about when his buddy Bart pulls out his buddy Wyatt's boat. So Bart is on one boat and he's pulling out Wyatt's boat. Wyatt's boat is the one that you've heard about was taken on water and sinking, and that's why they had to leave Horn Island. I want you to pay attention to this.
To where we're out of all this, all this chaos, because we left at 4:30 and there was still.
We left at 4:30. We left at 4:30. This guy just said that the last time he saw Nolan was 3 o'clock. Very specific time. Now, how did he know it was 3 o'clock? Brandon Tatum didn't ask him that. If this was an interrogation, that's a key question I would ask. How do you know it was 3 o'clock?
And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, Nolan was, the last time I saw Nolan was 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
And Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms. Katie. Katie.
That's Katie McCormick that he's talking about. Katie McCormick said that's not true, but let's listen. This is at 3 o'clock. This happened at 3 o'clock.
And Nolan was sitting there, and the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing. That was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving,
when we were leaving, so it would be 4:30, because he's already said we were leaving at 4:30.
Nolan was sitting by the boat.
Nolan was sitting by the boat. How do you know, Warren, that Nolan was sitting by the boat? The last time you laid eyes on him was at 3 o'clock. It's now 4:30. This is your timeline. Timeline is everything. At this part of the story, he's at 4:30. But he just said less than a minute ago, 2 minutes ago, that the last time he saw Nolan was 3 o'clock.
Nolan was sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and
how do you know that? The last time you laid eyes, your exact words, on him was 3 o'clock. You're now talking about 4:30. Now listen what happens next.
My buddy yelled for Nolan. Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving.
Now, in the interest of honest analysis here, if they were both on the boat and he heard his buddy yelling at Nolan, not him, by the way. Warren wasn't yelling at Nolan. Even in his own story, he wasn't looking for Nolan or yelling for Nolan. And in the beginning of part 1 of the interview, he says, Nolan was like a brother to me. He was my best friend. More than a friend, though. He was like a brother to me. But Warren's not the one looking for Nolan, not the one yelling for Nolan. He don't even go over and lay eyes on him again, according to his own story that he's telling us. But he hears his buddy saying, hey, Nolan.
The boat's having issues. And no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear. It's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on.
So your buddy asked Nolan multiple times, and you never did. Your brother, your best friend. But notice he didn't say Nolan said, I'm going to stay here with Katie who I'm sitting with next to the boat. No part of that exchange would have given Warren the details to know that Nolan was sitting by the boat with Katie, which was his exact words. He contradicted himself. That's blatant deception. It needs to be immediately exploited and interrogated.
What say you?
Yeah, Wagwan Empress Cat, my Jamaican African sister.
What say you?
I say,
You
they
think he
still.
hung himself up?
Nah, I say they. You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody know what's going on just yet. I
Well,
said what I've been saying from the beginning. You got a whole bunch of people with a whole bunch of bread
mhm.
covering a whole bunch of shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't think people realize what's on the table. You know what I'm saying? They sit back and they just making it seem like a young man lost his life after a boating trip with
Right,
his friends that happen to be of other persuasions.
right.
Without realizing the fact of even what they're saying, which is, well, when was the last time your child went on a boating trip with other persuasions? Oh,
Hmm.
that's something that don't happen with us. You know why it don't happen with us? Because we ain't got that level of financial freedom.
Man, these motherfuckers, man, it's the cover-ups it's, well, I would say this allegedly cover-ups, the alleged cover-ups, and
Right.
the real inconsistencies within their stories um is starting to be more and more noticeable. And not also not only just that, but also the moving parts that's going on outside of those main characters who are being looked at. And there's efforts to look deeper into what they have to say, only because it is inconsistent. Um, as just so as it is, you have people like Tap Dancing Tatum who are running interference and pushing back towards and trying to create any narrative. See, to him, it's us versus them. And when I say them, I'm talking about, in his mind, people that look like him, because according to him, the majority of your friends that's black are stupid. They do ignorant nigga shit. They talk ignorant nigga talk. And you can't tell these ignorant ass niggas nothing because all of them is ghetto. That's his outlook. But see, when your past comes back to haunt yourself, you good boy. You good boy. You Toby be good boy. Toby be good nigga. It starts to bring a highlight as far as the contradictions to the shit that you say. You say that the majority of your black friends are stupid, fools, ghetto. They don't know how to sit and talk and have normal civilized discussions.
Is he wrong?
That's go ahead.
Is he wrong?
I don't know. Let's look at this one piece of content and see.
Jamal. Is that black on black crime? You's a bitch. I told you. Everybody on your live stream know you's a bitch. And when I see you, I'm whooping your ass. Everybody got it on live stream. I like it. You want to be hood, nigga? You want to be hood? You on the phone talking shit to me, and you call me and saying you apologize?
But isn't it crazy how somebody would, most black people, when they get live around, most of
I think my fault. Go ahead.
so are they any different than the white man who says, "Oh, black people are ignorant and I don't want to be around them"? They're not, right? Because when most black people get money, what do? They go move away from the hood and go move closer to where white people are at. You know why they do that? Because they want to get away from who? Their own people. Correct or incorrect? But then those would be the same people who will get at Officer Tatum and say he's a tap dancing ass nigga because he talk about black people. But with their own homes, they do the same thing.
So the
Hey,
point.
let me ask you a question. Coming from a nigga with some money, right? What would be the use of me staying in the hood? Tell me that.
No, I'm on your side. No. What I'm telling you is, I know where you're going, Hook, and I'm agreeing. What is the purpose of you staying in the hood? You would rather go to the suburbs, and you wouldn't rather live around where there's more. When they say I want to put my child in a good school, they're not talking about black schools. They're talking about they put their child in the neighborhood and their child going to white schools. And most black people are proud of that. My child goes to a good school. It's a white school, X, Y, and Z. But then they'll get mad at somebody like Officer Tatum who says the same shit. He's just saying in a different language because you feel the same way. Because when you get money, you move away from your own fucking people. Am I wrong?
What I said, what I just said and the content that I just showed had absolutely nothing to do with money or financial situations. What I said about Officer Tatum is in response to his remark of saying that the majority of the black friends that you have are stupid, right?
And most of us
hold
say
on,
that.
hold on. Let me finish. And then he also said in other videos and other comments that most of them are aggressive, dumb, violent, ghetto, don't know how to act, and don't know how to sit down and have a civilized discussion, right? Okay, so then what I just showed, I don't know if you were paying attention to who was on the video, but on the video was Officer Tatum doing exactly the opposite of everything that he just pointed out about most of the black people that you know.
So can I ask you a question? Even though I was replying to Cook what he said, but I'm gonna ask you a question now. I'm not gonna forget about Cook. I'm just gonna ask you a question now, right? Now I know you're gonna tap dads, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Why don't you live in Oakland? We don't where you skip where you. We don't ask for. I'm saying why didn't you?
Why don't I live in the projects that I come from?
Yeah,
Because it's a high crime area.
high crime area. Why? Because who's around there?
What do you mean who's around there? Poverty's around there.
Let's talk about conversations that we've had. Yo, it's
The answer to the question is poverty is around there.
blacks. So where you live at now is a predominantly black neighborhood? Don't say what.
Actually, yes.
It's a predominantly black neighborhood and it's beautiful and safe.
Absolutely.
And it's predominantly blacks, right?
Yes.
Boy.
I can show you.
Oh man,
I can show you.
Me. You're talking to me. How you gonna show me?
I can show you. But the point that I'm making, again, you're going back to something financial. And in my opinion,
we're talking about moral. It has nothing to do with
the underlying problem with
we
the
get
majority
mad at people who talk what we talk outside of the house. That's what the real problem is. Because most black people, and I'm pretty sure Crook would agree, because Crook is going to keep it real whether nobody like it or not. I'm pretty sure Crook would agree that most black people, when they get successful, they move out from forget whether it's the hood or wherever it is.
Is that what Tatum said?
Excuse me. No, we're not talking about Tatum.
Well, that's what my content is. My content is about him just saying that the majority of the black people that you know are dumb and stupid.
I'm gonna tell you why.
So that's what I'm talking about.
Okay. So good. Let's leave it there. So then Tatum, yes, you want to know why? Because all you're doing is getting mad at the same conversation that you have in your own fucking house. You're just mad because Tatum is saying it publicly.
That's a lie.
Okay, hey, say what you want. I don't believe it.
No. You're not giving me permission to say what I'm doing. I'm telling you. That's a lie that you just said. That's not the truth that you just said. These are not conversations that I have in my house. I don't sit in my house and talk about how dumb niggas is and all of the problems in the world. Majority come from these dumb niggas. I don't sit and make up these exaggerated ass statistics about black people. I don't.
The reason why most black people are proud to say that their child is going to a predominantly white school and they live in this neighborhood where they don't have to worry about Pookie and this one running and breaking in their shit and all that. That's all they're doing is saying the same thing, but they're using different words. Black people are prejudiced against their own fucking self. So let me explain to you why I say that again. Officer Tatum ain't no different than every other black person. All he's doing is he doing it and he letting it straight up be known what the fuck it is, nigga. When a nigga gets money, they proud to stay there around white people. Period.
So if Officer Tatum is just like every other black person, then he would have nothing to complain about because every other black person would be like him.
No, yeah, they ain't come out. That's why they don't like him because we don't come.
That's asinine. So, but you just said that every black person is just like you just said that every black person is just like Officer Tatum. He just has the balls to say something about it.
You're leaving that part out that they don't like to admit it.
So let me say it again. You just said that all black people are like Officer Tatum. It's just that Officer Tatum has the balls to admit it.
Exactly.
Okay, great. So with you saying that, if all black people are like Officer Tatum, then he would be complaining about himself.
What do you mean he'd be complaining about himself?
You said that all people are like him. So he would be like all people.
I'm talking about
that's exactly what you just said.
Listen, I said, nope, you see, you're skipping over. I also said when black
people skipping over and I just repeated it and you said exactly.
You don't want me to say that part. When black people get money and they be proud
Again, I
to
wasn't
say
talking
that
about
they
money.
got their
My
family out
conversation,
of,
my
they got their
conversation about
family
the
away from
my
black people.
conversation about this content for the 7th time has nothing to do with money. It has to do with his outlook and preconception on most of his black and most of your black
Because he
friends.
became successful and doesn't
That
live
has
in
nothing to do
like
with money.
most black people. When they do, that's how they feel, like Officer Tatum. They just don't come out and say it.
Okay, so again, what I'm telling you is that what he just said had nothing to do with money. He never said most of your black friends who are broke. He never said most of my black friends who have money. He
What
said
do with his
his words were most
what,
of your black friends are dumb.
what does that have to do with his mentality?
What that has to do with his mentality is because he's expressing how he feels. That would indicate that he's describing his mentality, right?
Exactly. And his mentality,
Okay, so if he's
mentality
describing
is
his
to say,
mentality, so wait. So if he's describing his mentality to say, in my mind, I feel like the majority of not only my black friends but yours as well are stupid and dumb.
right?
Then what he's doing is he's putting his mentality on display.
Yes.
Okay, so then my question is, how does that have to do with money? He never mentioned money. Money
Money
has
doesn't
nothing
have,
to
it's
do
the
with it.
mentality. You listen, you can play word semantics. It's the mentality of the
Yo,
fact that
listen, are you here to keep dragging out these 45-minute ass arguments about each and every fucking thing? Or are you here to talk about the content? The content is now, if you feel, if you saying, if your remarks about the content is that you agree with him, cool, then say that.
no.
But
I didn't say I agree with him. I
okay,
said that
but it, go ahead.
most black people agree with him. They just not going to come out and say it. Period. I believe that. And I'm standing on it. Period. And
Okay.
that's yep. I'm
So
standing on it.
I can totally 100% be cool with you saying that's what you believe. I'm cool with that, as
Yeah.
long as you don't say it to be fact.
In my mind, it's fact. Just like how you said certain things are facts. You said all Africans. You said Africans are a race, like, and that's a fact. You're wrong about that too. So we all entitled to our own facts.
Well, I can prove it.
You can prove that Africans are a race,
I can prove that Africans come from Africa.
right?
Just like I can prove Chinese come from China.
And I can prove, and Americans come from where? America.
Nigga, and here we go right back into this bullshit. This is what I'm talking about with you, my nigga. So about Officer Tatum, I feel that he speaks. I feel that he speaks for whoever's pulling his strings. I think the opinions that he expressed are definitely spurred on
By who?
by the people who are controlling him.
Who do you think controls him?
Somebody that don't look like him.
Say it. Who?
Somebody that doesn't look like him.
I don't look like him.
Somebody who isn't the same color as him and who isn't the same race as him.
I would dare say, he has yet to be accepted by that which he wishes to be a part of,
Exactly.
which is the network of Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, and he wishes to join.
They use these tap dancing ass token niggas, and when they done having them be the voice for them, they throw them out the fucking tent. The same way they did with Candace Owens.
What is the name of their organization?
This Turning Point.
Turning Point.
I
think he continues to petition to be a recognized member of Turning Point.
Please let me in, sir. Please let me in, boss. I be good, nigga.
Yo, Cook.
I be a good nigga.
Cook is a
Hey, man, listen, man.
Boy.
I know money laundering when I see it.
Tell you, boy.
Come on now.
I can let Cook.
I know money.
Day.
Hey, brother. I know money laundering and tap dancing Negroes when I see it.
Did you not hear what the man said? This man has literally broke down because he wasn't accepted He wasn't invited to the
Brandon
barbecue.
Trayston
Man.
had nothing to do with this. Trayston wasn't even on any of the boats. Brandon Trayston had nothing to do with this. Trayston wasn't even on any of the boats. Everything else Trayston said is not true. Everything else Trayston said is not true. I mean, this is just me observing this. I don't know. Trace could be lying. I don't know. Trace could be lying. Oh, they could be lying. I don't know neither one of these people. Trayston had nothing to do with this. Trayston wasn't even on any of the boats. Trayston wasn't even in any of the pictures. Trayston is not even being accused of killing Nolan. Trayston is not even really involved.
Hold on right there, Officer Tatum. That's what we've been saying this whole time. Jason has nothing to do with the situation. Doesn't it seem odd somebody that admittedly just met him and now is claiming to be best friends is coming and trying to sideline this whole investigation? And what did you do? You platformed him and put his story out there while you were downplaying and aggressively arguing against other people's opinions of the case. I mean, that's just shill behavior. That's just crazy. And then to say out your own mouth that, I don't know, he could be lying, I don't know. But you platformed him and championed his story and try to downplay everybody's story as we all navigate through this whole investigation and this whole process. This is why I'm not seeing eye to eye with Officer Tatum. It's just, what is the motive for this kind of behavior? It could only be one.
Does that sound like a person of independent thought?
I have a problem with still considering this man an officer. Is he still an officer?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so his name is not Officer Tatum. Okay?
Right, exactly.
I mean, you want to call him Potato Tatum, whatever you want to call him, you know what I'm saying? But it's not Officer Tatum.
Right.
You know what's so crazy, Cook? It's only black people that call him Officer Tatum. Everybody else calls him Tatum O'Neal.
We ain't gonna get into the deep.
I
The
think
deeper
everybody needs to call him.
PTSD of our people.
I think they need to call him.
PTSD of our people. You know what I mean?
I think they need to call him Toby.
Go for that. Good old sweet potato Tatum.
Yeah, they need to call him Ossifer tap dancing Toby.
Toby.
I'll be good, nigga, boss. I'll be good, nigga.
Hey, listen, but drop the officer from his name if he does not operate in that capacity. I think it gives more credence to the man than is deserved. Because none of which we discussed is actually his actions in service to continue to consider him officer. You understand what I'm saying? Who he is now is he has joined the realms of talking heads.
Exactly.
And so that is all he will amount to. And in the realm of talking heads, whereas the people rightly and justly demand truth and balanced reasoning, partisanship is clearly noted and tucked and put on the back burner as we continue to observe your partisanship.
Isn't it wild? I mean, it's almost fucking. It would be comical if it wasn't so detrimental.
Well, that's just it. It's detrimental to those who buy the ideology, and then changes how they think and how they move in accordance with that ideology, far detached from the truth. So
some of them live in that echo chamber. You know what they said about trying to unplug? Morpheus said it. Some motherfuckers that you try to unplug from the matrix, they'll fight you.
yeah. Like they don't want to be unplugged. They know the truth and still would choose to remain. So hey man, we have a great many of those, even the silent ones, even the ones who, you know, claim to be silent on certain issues. They believe that silence affords them some level of strength, and I would call us false on that, because when it's time to make noise about something,
It's time to make noise.
Noise needs to be had. You understand what I'm saying? And you
I'm
follow
not.
it. You know, on the battlefield, that noise is what we call a war cry.
Well, Hope say, I ain't black emoji. Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? On the battlefield, that noise is a war cry. And followed with that war cry are the actions of the soldiers.
Come on.
And their different their different proficiencies in their ability to make war. So I would encourage even the silent among us to no longer be silent. Speak out when you know that this is adverse to our republic, that this is adverse to our democratic way of living. You understand? Be aware of the schemers, the connivers, the con artists who wish to dupe the people. Demand better of the leadership if you wish not to be a leader yourself. That's all I got. Really.
That's a fact.
Amen.
That's a fact, man. I mean, you gotta be in it, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be in it just like you gotta be of it, man. And it's a time to talk, and it's a time not to talk, and it's a time to stand up and start fighting back. And again, when I say fighting back, I just want to be clear. I'm not talking about no all out assault on any one group of people. The only group of people that I will continue to forever have a problem with is people who are racist, people who are manipulative, people who do not have good intent, and people who mean the whole of us no good. I have a problem with those people, you know, and I'm tired of seeing examples and on top of examples and on top of examples, and then when it's clear in your face, they play in your face. But this is what's going on.
Several armed white men fired at a crowd full of black people, all while children were playing outside. 2 black men from that crowd returned fire. A Florida judge just denied their stand your ground defense, and they're facing first-degree murder charges. Let's get into it. So before we get started, let me just paint a picture of where this incident took place. We in Baker County, babes, a place where you can walk into the county courthouse and see a mural that shows Ku Klux Klan members glorified as heroes on horseback. A county where the white son of a retired deputy killed DJ Broadus, an unarmed black man, and then successfully used stand your ground to avoid prison time. That's the backdrop of where this incident took place, okay? So back in June 2025, Jamarian Byrd and Travis Roberts were just hanging out with their friends in their Baker County neighborhood when a group of white males, one of them carrying a shotgun, another with a rifle, walked up on them from a nearby intersection. Now, witnesses say that Devin Powers Jr. raised the shotgun and fired at the group where kids were playing outside. Now, Jamarian Byrd and Travis Roberts grabbed their own weapons and they shot back. Devin Powers later died. Now, after the incident, Jamarian Byrd and Travis Roberts, they didn't chase anybody. The police were called and they cooperated fully, but they didn't get a self-defense pass. A few months later, a Baker County grand jury indicted them on first-degree premeditated murder. They also face aggravated battery, 3 counts of shooting into an occupied dwelling, and discharging a firearm in public. Now, Jamarian Byrd and Travis Roberts tried to use Florida's Stand Your Ground law to get immunity. Sadly, a judge shut it down. And her reasoning, she said they had every right to fire back when Powers first shot at them, but once Powers started retreating, that right dissolved. I guess it doesn't matter that Devin Powers was still holding his shotgun when he got hit. Now, I spoke with Sissy Jones, who is fighting to get justice for Jamarian Byrd and Travis Roberts, and they said, quote, the Baker County Sheriff's Office, the state attorney's office, and the judge know that Jamarian and Travis were justified in their actions. 2 armed men approached them and created a well-founded fear in everyone that day, and they responded like heroes. To charge them both with premeditated murder when those 2 men remained armed is purely evil, end quote. Now, Sissy, like others, are just having an issue with what appears to be a 2-tier justice system. Stand your ground is pretty clear. If someone shoots at you, don't you have a right to defend yourself? Now, Jamarian Byrd and Travis Roberts are sitting in jail waiting for trial, all for the crime of protecting their neighbors from an armed individual. This is Monique with the Black Belt Daily, signing out.
Funny how the scales of justice tip like that, huh?
Well,
It
it was the belief that the scales of justice had anything to do with you in mind.
in the first place. In the first motherfucking place.
You know, I mean,
Hey, that blind.
any nigga in their right mind know that all they listening to is hogwash and gibberish.
They say that blindfold wasn't blind.
Nah, hell nah. You don't see that old peeking out of one eye, looking down her
Man,
nose, looking
boy,
down her nose till my head back.
looking like Sonny Liston on the ground in the second fight.
Hey, boy,
That
it's
phantom
hell,
punch.
man. I be trying to tell niggas, man, like I be looking at niggas like, you think a nigga don't know what y'all doing?
Man, these motherfuckers, man, got
They
crook.
want you to be a fool to what they doing.
Man, come on.
And they damn sure don't want you to tell the truth about what they doing, because the first thing that's gonna come out their mouth is, nah, it ain't that. No, that's exactly what it is.
Nah, that's a fact, man. That's a fact. Again, man, you know, I just don't. Me personally, I think that a person. Well, I'll get back to tap dancing Toby in a minute. As far as this situation that just went on, it makes me think about Trayvon Martin and how that stand your ground was so cut close. It's open and close, cut and dry. I think about how those officers, that was those dispatch officers that were on the phone with George Zimmerman that night, told him, "Stop following him. We're on
Right,
our way. We know
right.
where you are. We have the location. We're on our way. Stop following him." But see, the thing with some of these people, this is what they call a Karen syndrome, is that they feel like they can self-deputize themselves and feel like they have some legal authority over you, your movement, your freedom to move, your life in certain instances. It's almost some of the earliest forms of rage baiting on what is so common now. I'm going to keep antagonizing this boy, even though I was clearly instructed to leave him alone. I'm not, because eventually what's going to happen, especially if I get too close up on him, he's going to react. And a reaction is all that I'm looking for. And you know why I'm looking for that, and why he was looking for that, and why I feel that that was so important for him to get, is because then he has a green light. Like most of these people that rage bait now, you know what I noticed in similarities with a lot of these people that's rage bait now here now? They're all armed.
Oh yeah, without doubt.
They're all armed.
And
So
it's worse than y'all think, but I ain't gonna. That's a conversation for another day.
right.
Um,
They're all armed. They're all
um,
armed. So if you go into it, if you're in the mind of having to arm yourself before you go out in public to partake in these certain acts, then how is that not premeditated? That's premeditated like a motherfucker. But then you have a group of people that's minding their own business, and two armed men walk up and decide to start opening fire. And because
yeah,
the
yeah. You automatically created a a sense of terror in that immediate environment.
exactly.
Yeah.
So because the people who were being fired upon didn't stand there and didn't move and get shot, and
This isn't colonial warfare. Nobody walks in lines and ranks. They got
right,
guns.
right, there's not musket war going on, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
so because the people that they were firing upon decided to move out of the way and return fire, they should be punished because they actually unalived one of the persons who came there intentionally to unalive them?
I think the better question for the news organization should be line up the people that was with them now that their buddy is no longer with them, and ask
Right.
them, do you think it was wise for your buddy to encounter these people and fire off that shotgun the way he did?
With
That
children, around.
with children around and their families and what have you, that resulted in him losing his life. Why don't you ask his friends? Was that a wise move? Don't ask anybody else. Don't ask the public. Ask his friends, the ones that lost one. Ask them. Ask them. Would they like to have their buddy back? Would they like their buddy to have not done that, to create that situation for people that they did not know? Ask the friends, nigga. This is what I mean by this candy ass false reporting, false storytelling, fake truth approach.
Talk about it. The shit
Because nobody want to talk about the truth. They just want, hey, what do you think? And hey, what do you think? No. These fucking people ain't involved. It doesn't matter what they think. Ask the people involved what they think.
Exactly. I have a problem with shit like this not being reported. This should be a focus, but you know how that goes.
Because listen, man, the rules of engagement are clear to me. You fuck around, you want to.
Fuck around and find out. But this is the miscarriages of justice that some people tend to turn their head and act like they don't see. Like we can go on.
Real
We
quick.
can go on.
Benjamin Crump should be ashamed of himself. Al Sharpton should be ashamed of themselves. I'm right here in Mississippi. It's crazy that I had to fly down here to even get this information. They've been lying on these boys. I got evidence, and I'm gonna show it to you, and I'm gonna lay it out for you. It is a shame that boy Nolan did not get the respect that he deserved. In my opinion, they turned his death into a racial thing, destroying the community. You name it, they did it. And we got evidence that it wasn't just 4 boys with him. We got evidence that they asked Nolan to get back on the boat.
I'm gonna bring that back from the top, but I just want you to hear the word selection that he chooses.
No, I was listening.
He says, "We got evidence."
Oh yeah, I'm sure he got an investigative team of,
I don't think
well-trained professionals.
I don't think that's who he meant. I think when he said "we," he was referring to the people that he went down there to interview. That's what I really think, because listen to first and foremost, and you choose to say and target Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton, who's done more to raise awareness of cases that would have otherwise got swept under the rug in order to seek some type of justice or vindication, right? So that's a slap in the face, because they've done more than he's ever done for Black people, right?
I agree.
But for him to say, "We got evidence already," I'm going to say the same shit that I said, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. If you are so sure that you got everything figured out, why you ain't down there in Mississippi? While you were down there in Mississippi, why didn't you tell them that you have it all figured out? Because
it's not even that. It's actually simpler than that. But most folk don't use their brain, and God help them when they run into somebody with a brain. If you collected evidence, and I mean evidence that the law authorities don't have, that evidence gets turned over to them immediately.
Exactly. Unless go ahead.
And it would have been on national news as to the submission of all this newfound evidence by name tap dancing Negro himself.
Absolutely. So For you to say that you have evidence and it's all going to come out, that then is evidenced by you being clearly, you have a clear indication of bias. Then there's a chance that whatever evidence that you're withholding can also be tampered with, correct? That can also happen.
Absolutely correct. Because whether you are Officer Tatum from the District of Columbia as a Capitol Police officer, being in Mississippi, brother, I'm sorry to tell you, but you so far out of your jurisdiction, it's ridiculous.
You're a
That's
long
number
way
one.
away from Chocolate City, boy.
That's number one. And so any evidence that you obtain, whatever handle, whatever the case may be, even in your most professional mode, would be considered as tampering with evidence and trying to disrupt a law enforcement procedure. You are obstructing justice.
There you go. There you go. You are clearly obstructing justice. But I just want, it always made me wonder, like, who is the we? And I don't think it meant it was him and a crack team of investigators. Motherfucker, you down there running cover
Gotta
for
say
these
something real
boys.
quick. Benjamin Crump should be ashamed of himself. Al Sharpton should be ashamed of themselves. I'm right here in Mississippi.
Let me say this one more thing too before I let it keep going. Is that he said the main reason why they need to be ashamed of themselves is because they're down there being divisive, destroying communities, making money off of the tragedy of this situation. Well, motherfucker, you decided to take the interview that you had with these boys that you flew down there to Mississippi who felt comfortable enough to talk to you, not anyone else. Just happens to be a coincidence to me, but okay, cool. But you said that they were down there profiting off of that. Well, then out of this interview that you split up into 7 parts, how much do you think that you monetized off of that? You think that was for free? That wasn't for free. So miss me with the bullshit, my nigga. Miss me with the bullshit.
Gotta say something real quick. Benjamin Crump should be ashamed of himself. Al Sharpton should be ashamed of themselves. I'm right here in Mississippi. It's crazy that I had to fly down here to even get this information. They've been lying on these boys. I got evidence, and I'm going to show it to you, and I'm going to lay it out for you. It is a shame that boy Nolan did not get the respect that he deserved. In my opinion, they turned his death into a racial thing, destroying the community. You name it, they did it. And we got evidence that it wasn't just 4 boys with him. We got evidence that they asked Nolan to get back on the boat, and he refused to because he grown. We got evidence that the boys reached out to the parents, that Benjamin Crump and them didn't refuse to reach out to these boys. And I talked to them. I've seen the evidence with my own eyes. I've seen that there was more than just 4 people. There was 3 boats full of kids. I know that they left and they had nothing to do with this. And instead of them saying and standing up for these boys and saying, look, we don't know what happened. We want justice for Nolan. These boys didn't have no involvement. Instead, they want to make it about race. And it is a shame. And I'm so heated, man. I went out to Horn Island. We got all the video. We got the interviews. The boys wanted to talk to me because I'm the only one there to give them a voice because everybody else is fake, fraudulent, looking out for themselves. And it's a shame, man. It's a shame. Nolan deserved better than what they did. They out here hoodwinking, trying to raise money and make stuff about race, and they have no evidence. They lied about the phone getting deleted. It's a shame, man. But y'all finna find out, and a lot of y'all gonna have to apologize for the stuff that you said. You're gonna have to take that video down.
So a lot of people are going to have to apologize because you have proof that these boys didn't do it. And what's taking you so long to get the proof to the right authorities in order to exonerate these boys then?
Hey man, I you know what I'm saying? I've been in the game, in certain games, a long time, dog. And so you recognize certain people that pull up and you ask him, hey man, what's going on? and they hit you with a whole bunch of finna, gonna, and when,
Shoulda,
what they
coulda.
finna do, yeah, what they finna do, and what they gonna do, when,
Mm-hmm.
and then when that when happened, they finna and they
Finna,
gonna,
finna
yeah,
late for dinner. Finna late for dinner.
yeah. They finna gonna
Finna.
win. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? They finna gonna win. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But they don't tell you a goddamn thing.
It don't move you no closer to knowing anything other than what he's telling you he's finna do. And this is what kills me. Like when you talk about running shield, this tap dancing motherfucker is something
Trying to figure
else,
out also,
Jack.
Tatum, what the hell is wrong with looking at yourself as black first before you're anything else? Black before you're American. Black before, you're anything else. What's wrong with that?
Okay, because
I just had to look at his face again when he was asking him that question.
Oh yeah, he was confused. He didn't know what you meant.
Like, he was bewildered. Like, black? What do you
Black,
mean?
black, me,
Yeah,
black,
yeah, the motherfucker in the mirror, nigga.
me,
Like
black.
he really thinks.
That nigga was giving you the I'm offended. I've been accepted already. What are you talking to me about? Me,
Oh
black.
man! Oh my God! The nerve of these
I've been
people.
told I'm one of them.
You think you part of the country club, huh? Okay.
Why would you even use those words with me? Me, black. What are you saying?
Okay.
Yeah, nigga. You saw it for yourself. You saw
Okay.
the moment he heard the word, you saw that nigga, boy, that was
I seen it for
abrasive.
myself. I seen it for myself. And I noticed that when he referred to Nolan, if he wanted to be left behind, he's a grown man. He's a grown man. But when it comes to these boys,
Right.
when it comes to these kids,
Right.
these youngsters, these kids, these
Right.
boys, that was
Nolan
was just,
was the only man, right?
yeah. Right. It's funny how that worked out like that, right?
He was the only one that know better. The
Yeah.
rest of them don't know no better. They kids.
No.
They're
They
boys.
they
Yeah.
just a baby.
Right.
They
With
just a
boats.
baby.
With boats.
It's with grandpa's boat.
Right.
With grandpa's
Babies
boat,
with boats.
he been a member of the club for a long time.
Like I
They know
said,
him
man,
well.
I said it for a long time. This case ain't got nothing to do with nothing else other than concealing and protecting the high class ass
Come
that's
on,
associated with them kids. And they
man.
don't want their names being drug out. I find it
Whew.
funny. I find it funny that with all these kids involved in this mess, no one has identified who their parents are yet.
But we gonna get into it. Oh, yes, we are. One is, I believe, a judge. One is, I believe, a
Ah,
police officer.
okay.
One I believe has something to do with the governorship. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's a lot of cover being ran.
just in 10 years, there's 3,000 to 3,500 black people killed by other black people. You tell me what, like when y'all talk about historical context, when you stupid, all that stuff makes sense to you.
He brought up unrelated crime statistics to justify why people should suspect black individuals over anyone else on that island. This is coming from a man raising black children, actively broadcasting to the world that people who look like them are inherently less intelligent. He twisted statistical averages just to justify his bias and validate his narrative.
So if you want to play the historical injustice math, it's fair to believe that a black man that's killed could be killed by another black man. How you know the black kids that were out there with Nola had nothing to do with it? Statistically, historically, it's more likely that he'll be killed by a black person. Ignorant, y'all Negroes, ignorant. I'm tired of being nice to y'all. I hope I don't get in trouble with certain people, but I'm tired of being nice to y'all.
I hope I don't get in trouble by certain people, but I'm tired of being nice to y'all. So what you finna do once you tired of being nice? You
No.
gonna change?
Before we even get there, you in trouble.
Do you
Because
hear?
the same folk you tired of being nice to is the same folk you was hoping you wasn't gonna get in trouble with, but you in trouble. So we can stop right there. We don't give a fuck about nothing else you just talked about, boy. I was really finna ask you, hey man, is that fool out there with y'all? Because I understand like a lot of black folks, they get all high and uppity and they tend to go out west. They don't never tend to stay in the concentrations of where black folks be at. Talking that shit. They don't never stay where there's high concentrations of black folks talking that shit. They tend to get out there with y'all.
That nigga would have got extorted a long time ago.
You know, where's this nigga at?
way down in the jungle deep.
Okay.
That's where he at, man. He way down in the jungle.
He rolling with an entourage that don't speak English. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, ignorant niggas. You know them ignorant niggas that don't know how to control themselves. Matter of fact,
is that black on black crime? Bro, you's a bitch. I told you. Everybody on your live stream know you's a bitch, and when I see you, I'm whooping your ass. Everybody got your live stream. I like it. You want to be hood, nigga? You want to be hood? You on the phone talking shit to me, and you call me and say you apologize? Yeah, nigga. I never apologized. You apologize? I never apologized. You didn't apologize. My wife listened to you, nigga. I never apologized. What I said was, bitch, nigga. That's what I said.
Yes, sir.
You better control that hostility before they start looking at you.
No. You can tell you ain't no black friends. You can tell.
I'm just telling them to pull his aggression back. You know, they don't like their dogs to bark too loud.
He think he done seen every black movie ever made. But he ain't had no black friends.
You did, right?
Yeah, that's a scene out of movie, nigga. I know what I'm looking at.
Oh man, that shit was so square.
All that bitch. You saw his hands, right? That nigga.
That nigga definitely got that from a movie.
Yeah, nigga. That nigga was T-Rexing like a motherfucker. What that nigga doing? Nigga, we don't talk to niggas like that.
Oh man, that nigga said from the forearms down was active as fuck. Everything else, that shit was locked in.
The bitch ass Matthew McConaughey ass nigga.
Man, it's sad, man, but this is America. This is what they put in front of us, man.
Hey man, I know what my nation is, and I know what my nation is capable of.
And what I damn sure more than this.
And what I refuse to do is let a sucker punk bitch ass nigga tear it down.
Man,
and you can't be in my circle or circumference, and I allow you to be another agent of chaos to tear this shit down. Nah, we ain't perfect, but damn it, we better than a lot. I'll tell you that.
A whole lot. And that right there is the problem that I have with him more so than anything else, is because what he tries to do is push a narrative of otherwise. And I've always said this, that my people, from which I come from, I love more than anything, right? So I love our good and our bad. I love our highs and our lows. I love our faults and our advantages. But never will I leave my people to say, look at those niggas.
Right.
I don't know how to assimilate that way.
That ain't will never happen, bro. You know what I'm saying?
You feel what I'm saying?
I know people from different
came in
races.
here with these motherfuckers, and I'm leaving out with these motherfuckers.
I know some people that you gonna probably have to press them because they're gonna try to keep their P's and Q's intact. You're gonna probably have to press them. But as it pertains to me, They gonna ask you. Yeah, I mean, hey, look here, that guy right there. That guy right there. You know,
I'm the wobbly wheel on the wagon.
do you see? Is he a black man or is he a nigga to you? They gonna, oh nah. Crook, nah. Crook, a good upstanding black man. Come on now, seriously. Is he a black man or is he a nigga? They gonna, well, what you mean by that? What do you mean? What are you trying to get at? I said he's a good upstanding black man. Tell us the truth. Is he a black man or is he a nigga? And they gonna come out the frame. They're gonna be like, all right,
God damn it.
he's a nigga. He's a grown, big ass, hateful nigga.
Hey, self-preservation, a motherfucker, ain't it?
He a grown, big ass, hateful nigga.
Oh man,
All you hear this nigga talk about is he can't stand racism, and he done went and called white folks white walkers from the Caucasus Mountains.
Oh man. The birth of a nation.
He done got us from the Game of Thrones. I hate it.
Man, the birth of a motherfucking nation, man. But this is, man, I got so much content on this
I ain't
motherfucker,
seen
man. It's
black
crazy,
Hebrew
man.
Israelites going out saying nothing in the community when another brother kill another brother. What?
Tonight, Houston police are investigating a drive-by shooting that left 3 young men injured in North Houston.
This was a drive-by shooting.
The young man got shot out here last night.
Now, mind you, he's talking about now he's targeting the Hebrew Israelites, right?
Oh
He's
yeah,
talking. I don't see nobody doing nothing.
I ain't seen black Hebrew Israelites.
No, you see, you missing it,
My
brother.
bad. Quick, go ahead.
His job is not to uplift and to direct black folks
at all.
His job is to come through and pick at all the negative stereotypes of his own people given to him by the people that hate his people.
Ain't that about a bitch?
In the hopes that someone would listen and you niggas fall in line. So listen, man. Listen, I ain't no fucking fool now. You know what I'm saying? I don't give two goddams if someone agrees with me or don't agree with me. Motherfucker, I can speak however the fuck I want about any other group of people, including my own. Because why? Because I know you do it. You may not do it in front of me, but I know your ass do it. Otherwise, these epitaphs wouldn't exist.
Exactly.
We black folk ain't come up with all the epitaphs for you motherfuckers. As a matter of fact, we learned the skill and the art from those who first started calling niggas out their name. Now, who would that be? Let's fuck around and act like we don't know. And then when the shit gets shot back up the flagpole, they utterly disgusted.
Right. Now it's all worked out. It's all worked out. But see,
I mean, you can run that shit across the globe to every color scheme, to every economic class, to whatever you want to name it, nigga.
I just have a problem with him saying shit like, on one hand, I got proof that these boys didn't have nothing to do with it. But then on the other hand, you trying to leave yourself a back door by saying, well, I don't know if they had anything to do with it or not. Well, that's
don't never let me get in front of that nigga. It's gonna be very few words. It's gonna be very few words. You know what I do to his ass?
I think you would take him to a dark place.
No. I wouldn't even take him to a dark place. I let him sit right. Make yourself comfortable. Make yourself at home. You know what I do with his sorry ass? I say, sit right here. Be very still, would you? All right, stay right there. Hey, bring me that brown paper bag.
Hey, man. If they don't know, they
Before we
won't
go
know.
any further, bring me that brown paper bag. Hold it up next to his face for me.
What that look like? You passing or you passing or not? Is you passing or not? Is you passing or not?
Nigga, we gonna use ancient magic on your ass, nigga.
Instant vitiligo.
we gonna use ancient magic on your bitch. What y'all doing? Look. He can't be one of us. He don't even know what we doing.
We making hey, we giving you what you want, Playboy.
Yeah.
We giving you
Go
what you
ahead.
want, but see.
Just sit still. We just gonna hold this bag right here.
Until they get here.
Come on,
And
y'all. Tell us what y'all think.
We gonna see.
It's gonna be nigga ain't nothing but crossed arms and tapping foots.
Let's see if they treat you like Tamir Rice. Or
Imagine
if
if this dude that's coming out of this house pointing this gun at this cop was black. What do y'all think would have happened?
He emerges with a loaded gun aimed straight at them.
Now! No. Put it down.
Anthony! Come on. Anthony. Mary Jane, is that a real gun? Put the gun back! Is that a cap gun?
So dude comes out of the house pointing the gun at the cop. Then he shoots the gun. Then the cops start making excuses for him? What the fuck? Why they never had this type of composure with black people? He ain't complying or nothing. This shit crazy.
That's a cap gun.
That ain't no goddamn cap gun.
7 Acrobac. Something shoots at me. Mary Jane, I'm gonna shoot him. I'm gonna shoot him. It is real. Look at my back window. Look at my back window.
When police dealing with black people, I ain't never heard them say, I'm gonna shoot him. I'm gonna shoot him. Them motherfuckers just shoot. Dude done let off 6 shots and the cops still ain't shot back. He done put down the gun, now he done grabbed the machete.
You're gonna get shot. Put it down now. Put it down now. Put it down. Put it down now. Give me this hand. Give me this hand. We're gonna get you help.
As I watched that video, all I could think about was the 17-year-old boy who just got shot and murdered in Austin, Texas by police for having a water bottle. Or what about Sonia Massey? She was murdered in her...
Hey, listen, bro. Listen, man.
Ooh, the amount of restraint, boy.
Dog, I don't want to get too much into my business, my nigga, but I done had police pull up on me numerous times at the residence. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I know each and every one of these hateful ass fuck niggas. They call me by my name.
Yeah.
Oh, I know they know my name, but when the police show up, even the police know my name when they know where they going. Because they pull up here and they tell me the report that they get. And I was like, what was the report? What report came in? They said, what we got was a report of a black man. I said, a black man? But yet all these bitch ass niggas know my name. Even when the police walk up, they call me by my name.
Right. But now they disassociative.
But yeah, but now the bitch ass, yeah. So because you got to understand the way that these motherfuckers think is the moment they hear black man, it is an inherent threat. You understand what I'm saying? And so when the officers arrive, they are already on guard and prepared for action because that one term, black.
There you go. There you go.
And so that's how you know off rip these fuck nigga cowards are trying to weaponize and get them to do something they puss ass.
Talk about
it. Too scared to do their damn self.
Yeah, man. And unfortunately,
I'm like this, dog. My nigga, if I want something gone, dog, I go get it gone. I don't give a fuck, man. Fuck all that consequence shit. My nigga, if it's heavy like that on my heart and in my life, my nigga, if I want it gone, nigga, I just go get it gone. I don't know who raised none of these fuck niggas.
It's crazy. It's crazy because these
you don't believe me, you better call around and ask somebody. Don't
These
believe me? You better
motherfuckers
call
will
around and
sit
ask
here
somebody.
and tap dance in front of your face and tell you straight with a straight face, police brutality against blacks don't exist. Police don't look at blacks, no, they look at everybody the same. Well, if they look at everybody the same, then just like I said about Tamir Rice with that last video, then
My nigga,
it would.
I was in the military, dog, and some shit was going down, right? I ain't finna get into no details about shit, but they had some shit going down because these crackers ain't know how to do nothing but pop pills, right?
Right.
They want to get high on the job, and since they got access to getting high on the job, that's all the fuck. They tried to get me caught up in that fuck shit. I told them niggas I ain't had nothing to do with the shit. But they, meanwhile, you know how the machine gonna move. The machine gonna say, we don't give a fuck. If your name come up, we steamrolling all you niggas.
Right.
And I said, you steamroll me, and I'm telling you, I ain't had nothing to do with the shit. I'm gonna pack your shit, I'm gonna leave it at the gate, and I'm gonna be about my business. I quit. You understand what I'm telling you?
Talk about
And
it.
they was like, nah, you ain't gonna do that. You ain't gonna do that. I packed my shit. And they command came to me. They saw what I was doing. I was packing up my belongings and shit. And I told them, they was like, if you do that, you gonna be AWOL. I said, I'll go AWOL. And y'all know where you can find me. And I'm gonna tell you this now. You don't want to send nobody looking for me, dog.
Straight up. Straight the fuck up.
Because if I cut ties with you, I would suggest you just cut ties with me. But don't come around me talking about you coming to get me to do nothing. You cut off your pay, do whatever the fuck. I won't even spend your money. I don't need your bread. But don't come looking for me, dog. Because you gonna run into more than just me.
Hey, the motherfuckers say you come looking, you gonna find what you're looking for.
That's it, dog. Because I wasn't there. Listen, I ain't my nigga. I wasn't no 18-year-old kid. Ain't know how to make their bed and join the service and none of that type shit, nigga. Them niggas ain't even hire me on that premise. You niggas waved me into this bitch, my nigga. Y'all was in the courtroom with me. You knew the type of nigga I was. And I got off in the shit and still tried to do the best I could do and try to change my life around. I wasn't no bowing my head ass nigga. What the fuck?
The main motherfuckers that they focus on is the ones that is trying to best change their life around. They don't want the motherfuckers that ain't. They already know where they going. Recidivism is for them, but for the ones that's actually trying to make that change, that's who becomes the target. That's who becomes a threat. That's who they feel they need to get rid of, and not only the physical way, but socially as well. And that's why somebody like this tap dancing ass nigga is so dangerous, is because his rhetoric.
That's what I'm saying. The niggas like that will come out here and lie to the people and lie to the people. I ain't finna lie to nobody about nothing, my nigga.
The dangerous part is not just his lies, but what is his title? Or what is he striving to make his title to be? An influencer. So in order to be an influencer, then you would have to be influential to those who give you that attention. That's what makes him dangerous. That's what makes him perfect for certain people who would love to use this kind of person as a puppet.
And see, I think the people as a whole, I think we need to stand up against these terms. A lot of these terms, influencer.
Right, because everybody isn't.
Yeah, everybody. I mean, no. A lot of people want to adopt the term influencer, but don't influence me, my nigga, if I can't see your hands do the work.
Exactly.
If I can't see what your hands produce, I don't want to hear what your message is. I don't want to hear what your instructions is.
Right.
Don't tell me what to do, but you can't show me how it's done and what the results are.
Right.
So the greatest influencer I know in my life is God Almighty. That's the greatest influencer in my life.
That's a fact. But when you have people like this, right? When you have people like this who strive to become this, what makes him dangerous, unfortunately, The sad reality is common sense isn't common. So there's going to be a medium for him that he was put into position to play. He has a part to play. He is the fiddler on the he is this nigga.
For weeks,
He's this
Tatum went on endless rants attacking Nolan Wells' grieving family, accusing them and their legal team of just chasing cash through GoFundMe campaigns. He refused to share their link a single time. But the moment a gift...
And there's a particular person whom I know this person's name. I'm not going to disclose it. I'm going to go to the police first, and then I will disclose it if it doesn't interfere in the investigation. But this person allegedly was offering people cocaine, and someone close to Nolan, one of his friends, told me that this person was offered cocaine and rejected it from this person. And I was also told, and this person told me that it's over 100% chance that Nolan was using cocaine during this period of time.
Officer Tatum is not presenting this as some possibility. He is telling the public that Nolan Wells accepted cocaine from somebody on that island, and he claims that he is more than 100% certain. Based on what? Has he seen an official toxicology report? Does he have video of Nolan Wells accepting something? Has a verified witness given this information to authorities? Tatum don't know shit. He just gives us confidence and expects that to replace evidence. And that is the first problem. Confidence is not confirmation. A former police officer should understand that better than anybody. If you have information that somebody gave drugs to an 18-year-old shortly before his death, your first move should be contacting the people who are investigating his death. Your first move should not be going to YouTube and announcing that you have the story before everybody else. YouTube ain't no evidence room. Being first don't matter if you haven't verified what you're saying. And this is what makes Tatum's conduct look like it's being done in bad faith. He spent weeks attacking Nolan's family and the people who refused to accept that nothing suspicious happened. He spoke like we were pushing conspiracies just because we asking for answers. Now Tatum is introducing cocaine, a person who allegedly supplied it, an argument, and a mysterious incident that happened in the water. So when the family asks questions, they irresponsible. But when Tatum builds a whole new theory off unnamed sources, we are supposed to call that investigative reporting. Hell no, that's a double standard.
There has to be something with this cocaine. There has to be something with Nolan and a girl. And there has to be something with Nolan potentially being in either altercation with somebody, which would lead me to believe that that person saw Nolan last.
Officer Tatum is now putting an unproven drug allegation on a dead 18-year-old. Nolan can't defend himself. He can't question Tatum's source. He can't explain what he did or did not do during his final hours. That means any responsible person covering him should be more careful, not less. But Tatum is predicting what will be found in Nolan's system before he has shown the public an official result supporting that claim. He ain't saying it quietly. He is speaking with absolute certainty. What happens if he's wrong? Does he give Nolan's family the same size apology that he gave the accusation? Or does he move on to another video and pretend he never said that he was 100% certain?
I say, hey man, as a black man, a member of the black community, my vote is to cast this nigga out.
Boy, throw that nigga out the village head first like Brandy Smurf.
Cast him out. Cast him out.
Like Brandy Smurf.
And I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna tell you like this here. I'm gonna tell you how it go. This is how much I know my community. Cast his ass out. Guess who gonna come knocking?
Big boy.
Cast his ass out. Guess who gonna come knocking?
Exactly. Bruh, listen to me, man. This motherfucker sat up and just said, it has to be. It has to be this way. It has to be this thing. It has to be. Like there's no other. But see, what you're doing is you subtly laying the groundwork to say that the same people who are withholding this evidence, which is so crucial to the investigation, you know, like a throat, same medical examiner that's holding things like that. OG Sonny Blocko, what's happening with you, boss man? Salute to you, my brother. The link in the comment, man. Pull up on us. The same way that he's laying the groundwork for these people who haven't released this information yet for some odd reason. Now it gives them a narrative if they wanted to put something in that report that maybe wasn't found or maybe wasn't there. I mean, hey, who's to be able to say anything different? If they
I
don't
would
have
I would love to meet all the fools that believe cocaine was on the island and just the black boy did it.
Hey. Well,
Because
according
that's
to,
what he was inferring. That's
and
what he
not
was
only
inferring. Because
not
you know,
only that,
blacks are stupid.
yeah,
We stupid.
right.
We don't
Most
know
of us are
nothing.
dumb.
We can't progress. We ain't the best that society got to offer. So I love the whole spiel he did. Cocaine came to the island.
Now it's cocaine.
And the only person was the only black boy on the island.
And it has to be. It has to be this way, is what his words were. It has to be. Not that it's a possibility, not that, it's a chance, maybe so. We don't know. It's not
Not the rich
confirmed.
white kids partying with their rich parents' boats. None of that. They don't do cocaine. Not at
Not
all.
at all. Not at all. Not at all. That has to
Not
be
at
false.
all.
That has to be false. But it has to be true that the black boy, he was coked up. That has to be the case.
Now and then later in the story, we heard that he was boiling some seawater. He tried to turn it into crack.
It has to be. It has to be. That's how all of them are.
He was using coconuts trying to make pipes.
These niggas, boy. I'm talking about, nigga, did you throw some sand on the ground before you start tap dancing? Did you? You tap dancing ass, boy, you hopping bob
The
ass
mother
nigga.
says, and first of all, I understand the parents are saying it's not in his character. That makes total sense. Second of all, black people don't mess with Nolan. I want y'all to understand, because I'm the black person snitch. I'm a whistleblower. When you see a black kid that only hang around white dudes, I haven't seen a single picture with him around a single black person. Black folks shun black people like this. Ain't nobody with him like that in the black community. I just want y'all to know. You get called Uncle Tom, coon, sellout. You chucking and jiving for the white man. You telling me this boy is only hanging around white people and somehow he a part of black people shun you. So I don't want to hear no black person trying to come to his rescue now. When in the black community they shun you if you hanging around white people too much. All right, and then Mama said, put Mama back on there. No, you don't have to put it on there. I can say it. Mama said when we opened his phone, we saw that his Snapchat was deleted. Here's two things.
That's what it looks like and it sounds like when you're ignorant and don't get it. No, Brandon, black people don't mess with you. Black people don't mess with you. So you're projecting.
Talk
right now.
about
so
it.
You're assuming that because Nolan Wells grew up in predominantly white communities that black people don't mess with him. Even though his mother's already confirmed that his best friends are black. And we already have seen videos of him interacting and hanging with other black people. See, you think that because you get the label that you get, that all other black people who hang with white people get the same label. See, y'all are not the same. See, you, Brandon Tatum, you choose to play the Sambo role. You choose to distort the truth. You choose to tell lies. You choose to put out a certain narrative so a certain demographic of white people can grease your pockets and pat you on the head like the little pet you are. See, you choose to pander to people who don't have no integrity, right? See, because you acting, so what we're not going to do is have you group yourself in the same group as Nolan Wells and have the white people that.
That's what he trying to do. See, Nolan, I know how they feel about us. Nah, motherfucker, us ain't him and you. Us is you and them.
Hey, shout out to OG Sonny B. You already know what it is, boy.
No doubt.
Hey man. Hey man, what's your connection to this tap dancing coon?
My connection is my trying putting belt to motherfucking ass tonight.
Okay.
Highlighting.
I mean, I just want to make sure this ain't your third cousin or nothing like that. And you know what I'm saying?
Nah, absolutely. If it was, I would have killed that nigga at the family reunion, allegedly. Allegedly.
I just want to make sure, man, this ain't your third cousin. But you know what I'm saying, by way of auntie such and such. You know what I'm
Shit,
saying?
if it was, I would have walked him up to grandma and
You know
told
what I'm
on him.
saying? Because you know that them roots calls ain't nothing to make, boy. I mean, they travel around the country fast.
Oh man, please believe it. I would have got him. I would have got him whooped. I would have got him whooped.
Come to find out, oh shit, that nigga my cousin for real.
I would have got that nigga beat on. But no,
Somebody finna get all of that nigga.
what I'm doing is I'm highlighting all of the shield and covering that he's doing for these people, and yet for me to not know why exactly. Like, let's focus on you, because what my thing is that if I see you trying to take the focus off of, and again, this isn't to say that these grown men that he's speaking out for are guilty by no stretch of the imagination. But what I'm also not saying is they must be innocent. They have to be innocent. I'm not saying that in the way that he is. And he's doing that by trying to create these different narratives. And it's just not panning out. The math ain't mathing. And when the math ain't mathing,
My problem with old boy is his claim to fame. His claim to fame is January 6th.
man, that nigga's claim to fame is being Candace Owens' replacement.
No. The only reason we hear from him is due to January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
My nigga, January 6th is still on the news. You have the people's representatives still asking questions about that incident, even to this day.
Oh yeah.
Why are you talking about anything else other than that event of January 6th and how to make this democracy better and stronger to ensure that never happens again?
Well,
that wasn't your cue. That wasn't your cue. It wasn't black folks kicking you in your ass and putting bread spray up your fucking nose, nigga.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
So what the fuck is you out here speaking on black folks for? Get your ass over there and talk about all them white folks that beat your big, sorry, good for nothing ass into the ground.
Whoop his ass, crook.
Man, this is why I said, man, you can't put niggas like this before me.
Whoop his motherfucking ass, crook, because you ain't telling no lies. You ain't telling a lie
When a
yet.
black person out there that put their hands on you, put no chemicals on you, called you nigga and all kind of other shit.
None of that
beat
shit.
You with the American flag. Wasn't no black person out there doing that shit to you. And after all that, you out here talking down on black folks?
Yeah, buddy. This is their new tap dancer. This is
No,
their new
I get it.
entertainment.
I get it. No, I get it. I get it.
This
Big
they
ass
new
coward.
entertainment.
Big ass coward. They whooped you white, boy. They whooped you white, nigga. You can tell them I said it.
I'm gonna beat the black off your ass.
Tell them I said it. They whooped you white. Motherfucker, you.
I'm gonna say my coconut. Brown on the inside, white on
Crack
the inside.
your ass to the white part, nigga. Motherfucker, you. Man, hey, Calico, let me get up off this shit, man. Before you fuck around again, I be running around this bit of hot blood. You know what I'm saying?
Hey man, I appreciate you for popping in, man. Salute to motherfucking Brooklyn Crook. Salute to my motherfucking cousin DGR, man. You know what I'm saying, for pulling up, man. I got a couple of more pieces of content. I'm finna get ready to get up out of here, man. Crook, I appreciate you popping out for me, Playboy. Hey man, to anybody else in the chat, No doubt. Anybody else in the chat that want to pull up, man, hit the motherfucking link, man. Share the live out, man. Set your bell notification so that way you know when a player shoot a flare in the motherfucking air, man. You know, make sure you tickle that motherfucking like button because it don't cost you nothing to hit the motherfucking button. You feel me? If you want to help the motherfucking channel progress and grow, man, you can tap in, man. Hit the Cash App, Ass App, man. Network Calico. Just as soon as you see how where it says right there on the screen, Network Calico, knock the network part off. All you have to put is $Calico 5000. I'll put it up on the screen before I get up out of here, but Calico 5000. Hashtag Calico 5000. That is the motherfucking Cash App. If you want to help support the channel, you want to help the channel grow. You know what I'm saying? Salute to everybody in the chat. I can't see you right now at the second. My other device died on me. I could go in the comments right quick. Let me see. OG Sonny Blocko, Bricks Liddy, man. Salute to Bricks Liddy. Ali the hitter, man. Hey, man, to everybody that tapped in, I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate you sincerely. You know what I'm saying? This is the T.O.T.F.C podcast, top of the food chain. You know what I'm saying? Well, we are the ones that do the hunting. We do not get hunted. You dig? Who else in the building, man? Shout out to OGZ Hunted. Appreciate you popping in, Playboy. Salute to Empress Cat. Salute to Boston Cubano, man. I appreciate you popping in, man. You know what I'm saying? To everybody that's tapped in, man. Man, I appreciate y'all, man. Let's get back to this content, man. So I got a couple more pieces before I get up out of here on this tap dancing ass nigga. We ain't gonna let him go that quick. Because he been doing a whole lot of destruction. Hold on, did we
the
play
young
this one?
men you interviewed, I believe it was 4 of them, state that Nolan did not have reception, or did they explain why there are no pictures, texts, instance, nothing on his phone? Did they have an explanation for that?
Yes, ma'am. They didn't mention anything about whether Nolan has service or not, but they articulated the reason why Nolan may not have, certain pictures on his phone. And they had mentioned because Nolan spent the night at their house the night before, because it's traditional for the last few years that they actually went to Horn Island together. But they were saying that they had taken pictures at the house. Some of the pictures that you've seen floating around online were pictures that they took on the boat. But they didn't take those pictures when they got out there to Horn Island because they were having fun. And I would argue that they were drinking, and I couldn't imagine that they want to get underage drinking on camera. So what they had articulated to me that it wasn't abnormal for people not to snap and not to do a lot of pictures and things like that because they were focused on
But you
being
told me
off of the
they
mainland.
showed you pictures and videos.
Yeah,
so
but
they
it's
did
not
take
uploaded.
pictures and videos.
No. It's not a lot of pictures and they weren't uploaded. So when you're talking about Snapchat, you're talking about a platform where people are uploading images and pictures to produce to the world. What they showed me were things that they had recorded on their phone, and it wasn't a lot of different things because most of what they did was drinking and having fun in the water. And so, what they had articulated to me as well is that it's not abnormal for people not to snap. It's not abnormal for you not to have your phone. And Nolan wasn't the only person that left his phone on the boat. They also mentioned to me, and you can see it in the interview that they did, was that they had no reason to touch Nolan's phone. They weren't thinking about Nolan's phone when they thought the boat was sinking. And when they got to the house, it was no incident when it comes to Nolan getting the phone back to the friend and parent.
You're going far afield from my question.
Double talking.
Let me redirect you back to their phones. Nolan has nothing on his phone. They have pictures and videos on their phones. You told me that they exist, whether they posted them or not. So they were taking pictures and videos. Don't you see why Nolan's mom, is concerned there's nothing on her son's phone?
But this same motherfucker that's talking about, well, there's absolute data. They don't do that. And I seen the proof. And they showed me that, you can't do the reception is so bad out there that you can't do. Okay, well, they were still able, rather they were uploading these videos to social media and these pictures up to social media or not. They were still able to record videos and take pictures. And how he tried to frame it as if, no, well, since the reception is so bad, this is the reason why Nolan didn't have anything on his phone. Well, if he didn't have anything on his phone because the reception was bad, why the fuck the other kids got something on their phone? So that's the part right there.
Officer Tatum, are you telling me that they had reception on Horn Island? Because many people are saying, well, the reason that there's nothing on Nolan's phone of that day, like there's no pictures, there's no snaps, there's no text, there's no anything, not because it was deleted, but because he didn't have reception. But you're telling me the other boys did have snaps, photos, videos, and reception?
Yeah, no, Nancy, let me clarify this for you. It wasn't that they uploaded this online. They showed me videos and things that they took from the boat during the outing on 4th of July. I was personally out at Horn Island. I rode out there on a boat, and I didn't have great reception there. And I left my phone in the boat when I got into the water and we were actually going out to do interviews.
Objection. Objection. You've been in court long enough to know you're going to get objections. You said you didn't have great reception, but you did have reception, did you not?
No, there was reception there. It just wasn't great, and it wasn't great enough for people, in my opinion, to upload. You can make a phone call potentially, but you wasn't going to upload data to a social media account. And I heard evidence of that. Not only did I see evidence of it when I went out there myself personally with my cell phone, when I listened to the T.O.T.F.C call, you could tell that the call dropped out several times. It seemed like they were having trouble at times hearing each other. So it is consistent. So the videos that they showed me in call logs were things that were not associated to social media, that they never posted on social media. It was pictures and videos that they took on their phone.
Boy, this nigga know how to get talking when it come to talking for them, huh? That nigga know how to start dancing, shuffling, shucking, and motherfucking bucking, boy. I'm telling you, I don't.
All the boys except one, which is Warren, I believe, took a polygraph test. All of them did not have lawyers and did it and cooperated with police. Warren also cooperated with police. I just believe
I want y'all to pay very close attention to how he finna try to shift and manipulate right here. I want you to pay attention because he got tripped up in the motherfucking lie so cold. Because if it was left up to him, for him to just be able to say and construct this narrative the way that he wants without nobody questioning it, then he wouldn't have never changed positions on what he's about to say. I want you to pay close attention to what he says about these kids, these boys, these children, which are actually grown fucking men. And the fact of them taking a lie detector test, aka a polygraph. Now let's listen to what he says and listen to how his words shift.
that all the boys except one, which is Warren, I believe, took a polygraph test. All of them did not have lawyers and did it and cooperated with police. Warren also cooperated with police. I just believe he didn't take a lie detector test, but Warren is the young man that I interviewed. So according to what they told me, they all took a lie detector test and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lie detector test. It's not a traditional lie detector test, but it's the same theology of trying to get to if a person is lying. I don't know the name of it. It's an equivalent of a lie detector test. It's a different methodology. I don't believe it was a polygraph test. I believe they took other stressors in order to analyze if the people were telling the truth or not.
Did they take a polygraph would be no.
Well, yeah, I think it could be semantic.
Did you catch it? Did you catch it? He said at first that they all took a polygraph test except for one person. So then how, if you made that statement, are you saying something different? I'm going to let you hear that one more time.
That all the boys except one, which is Warren, I believe, took a polygraph test. All of them did not have lawyers and did it and cooperated with police. Warren also cooperated with police. I just believe he didn't take a lie detector test, but Warren is the young man that I interviewed. So according to what they told me, they all took a lie detector test and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lie detector test. It's not a traditional lie detector test, but it's the same theology of trying to get to if a person is lying. I don't know the name of it. It's an equivalent of a lie detector test. It's a different methodology. I don't believe it was a polygraph test. I believe they took other stressors in order to analyze if the people were telling the truth or not.
Did they take a polygraph would be no.
Well, yeah, I think it could be semantics.
I think it could be semantics. That it ain't got a motherfucking thing to do with semantics. It got to do with you casually saying something that isn't true, but you're saying it in such a casual, borderline confident way that you think nobody's going to pick up on your wording, on your exact words. You said that all of the boys, except for the one you interviewed, took polygraph tests. And according to them, they all passed. And then right after that, you shifted positions and said, well, they took the equivalent of a lie detector test. And when she asked, well, what do you mean equivalent of a lie? So they didn't take a lie detector test. You're saying now that they took what's equivalent. Well, what is it that they took? I don't know the name of it, but it's the equivalent of a lie. How the fuck do you know that it's the equivalent of a lie detector test if you don't even know the name of the shit? You see how like this motherfucker's running cover, and this
so I can understand why the mom doesn't want to. But DL, you had some choice words for him. Why is that?
Well, I think he's indicative of the unremarkable black man that the right adores. They pick black men like they pick dogs, things that make them comfortable. I think Brandon Tatum was an officer. He was a failed football player. That didn't work out. He was an officer in Tucson for 6 years. That didn't work out, and now he's an influencer. And I think what his stock and trade seems to be is no matter what black person is involved with what, to automatically take the other side. I've heard him denigrate Harriet Tubman. I've heard him denigrate Rosa Parks. And so this is par for the course. And I think the sad thing about a man like him is they make you keep your title. Like whether you're Sheriff Clark or, whether you're Colonel Moore, Adams, or whether you're, they always make you keep your title as if it gives you more gravitas, more weight. Now, the one thing that Brandon Tatum isn't is a detective. He doesn't call himself Detective Tatum. And the only black person that they don't think that their formal title gives them weight to is President Obama. They don't ever call him President Obama. They just call him Obama. And I just think Brandon Tatum is this is a true story. I'm not even trying to denigrate this kid, but he's the kind of unremarkable man. The only reason I know who he is because I got a coon alert, literally, and it was him. So I think he is a failed football player, a mediocre. It was a mediocre cop, and it's been wrong pretty much. Like he is the guy who thought Sandra Massey, and by the way, her murderer, the police officer who murdered her in Ohio, came up for parole, and it was denied, or probation. It was denied today. But he thought that Sandra Massey acted so suspiciously that it was tantamount to her death warrant, that she should have been killed. Ironically, he doesn't think that any of these boys acted so suspiciously that they should be questioned.
Yeah, I'm gonna shine a light on you, nigga. I'm gonna shine a light on you, since that's what us dumb niggas do. Cause we don't have no kind of civilization. We're not civilized at all. We just do dumb nigga shit. So I'm gonna make sure I highlight your dumb ass. I'm gonna make sure that I keep firing content back to back to back about all of your inconsistencies, about all of your motherfucking lies and half truths. and about everything that you actually stand for. I'm gonna shine a light on you, bitch.
So I understand, yeah, lynching was bad. I agree. But why don't these people ever mention that 2,000 white people were lynched as well?
From the very beginning, I understand lynching was bad, but meaning that he doesn't care about the history of lynching with black people. That doesn't, he doesn't give a fuck about that. He cares more about, and what's more paramount to him is to talk about how white people suffered. And we're gonna get to how deceiving and how deceptive this next piece of content is. Let's go.
So I understand, yeah, lynching was bad. I agree. But why don't these people ever mention that 2,000 white people were lynched as well? And then there's more black people that get killed by other black people in a 6-month period than the entire 68-year history of lynching.
More black people get lynched or get killed than the entire 68-year history of lynching. Pretty bold claim. Let's look into it. Let's look into it. I know I got it around here somewhere. We gonna get into it. Yes, I believe I do got it somewhere. It goes about right there, huh? Goes about right there. This is what I Google when it comes to his argument and it being good faith. Nothing about his argument is good faith. That's why it says, for those who probably can't see it, no. Officer Tatum's claim that almost 2,000 white people were lynched during the peak of the 68-year lynching era is inaccurate and exaggerated, according to the Tuskegee Institute archives, which maintains the nation's most comprehensive and widely cited historical record of lynchings from 1882 to 1968. The 66-year peak era that he described. The documented number of white victims were not 2,000. It was 1,297. This means that his claim overstates. Hold on, I'm gonna move this banner out of the way. I want you to get it all. Get it on. I want you to get all of it, right? It says that in the 66-year peak era, the documented number of white victims were closer to 1,297. This means his claim overstates the historical data by roughly 54%. You don't think that was done on purpose? But since you're saying, well, what about the white people? What about them? The ones who got the white people that he speaks of at this time. The context and causes of the main portion of them being lynched had nothing to do with the reasons that black people were being lynched. They were lynched right here where it says context and causes was Western Frontier and Appalachia. Many white victims were killed in the American West and frontier regions where formal law enforcement was weak and vigilantism or property disputes over cattle and land were common. So don't act like when they were lynching black people for this reason, that it was the same reason for whites. And even if you were to make that argument, then it still says the core statistics of 1882 to 1968, the NAACP and the Tuskegee Institute tracked a total of 4,743 lynchings in the United States during this time frame, which again, black victims made up 72.6%, white people made up 27.4%, but for total different reasons. This is why what he's stating is a bad faith argument. The claim that he's making it knowing that he's lying, he's exaggerating, and he's omitting the truth. And this is what makes this person here so dangerous. But meanwhile, back at the Hall of Justice.
Hey y'all, this is your girl Ariva, and this is a special report alert. Today, the U.S. Supreme Court just killed the Voting Rights Act. Not weakened it, not narrowed it, but killed it. The case is Louisiana versus Calais, 6-3 decision. And here's what the court actually held. From now on, if you want to challenge a racially discriminatory voting map, you don't just have to prove that the map hurts black voters. You have to prove that the legislators intended to discriminate. You heard me. You have to read their minds. Now, see, Congress rejected that exact rule in 1982, but today, 6 justices put it back. Justice Elena Kagan saw it for what it is. In her dissent, she wrote that the majority is making Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act all but a dead letter, that the consequences will be far-reaching and grave, and that this is the latest chapter in the majority's now completed demolition of the act. Completed, she said. 60 years from Selma to Shelby to today. The law John Lewis bled for on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, gone. Not by a mob, but by a majority opinion. This is 19 House seats. This is a permanent Republican majority engineered from the bench. This is Jim Crow with a citation. But hear me. They may have the gavel, but we have the numbers. We have state courts, ballot initiatives. Every single election we cannot and will not stop. See, they took the law, but we will not allow them to take the vote. So don't mourn today.
Make of that what you will in order to motivate you to vote or not. All I'm going to say is, how has not voting been working for you, for those who don't vote? Because for what you don't understand is that this shit, change doesn't come by asking. It doesn't come by being polite. It comes by force. You have to force a change upon people who are dead set against making these changes. They want to keep things as the current leader of the administration likes to say. They want to keep it like the good old days. And making it now to where you have to prove that it's somebody's intent to be discriminatory, well, it isn't like the days of old where they used to say shit like
But we're not really going to change the way we are doing. They said, well, the courts will make you. Don't ever forget this. Courts cannot legislate morals. Courts cannot legislate how you're going to think about another place, how you're going to act.
In Jackson, Mississippi, a city of 100,000 whites, 50,000 Negroes, the mayor has prepared for this summer's activity by increasing the police forces, by passing new ordinances against demonstrations, and by purchasing a steel-plated vehicle, a riot control car known locally as Thompson's Tank, named for Mayor Allen Thompson.
We are prepared.
We are prepared to take action against the uppity Negroes. Kind of almost looked like the tanks that they was using out there. Where was that at? Where was that at? Where the white boy Cal Rittenhouse was out there with a fucking AR-15 and ended up unaliving a couple of people. Or one, well, I'm not sure. I can't remember if it was one or two, but he definitely unalived one person, and was able to walk away with the stand your ground self-defense claim. And this was at the time that they were using tanks that looked just like good old Thompson's tanks. See, this shit goes back. It goes back. And these tap dancing motherfuckers been doing it. They been tap dancing.
So I understand, lynching was bad. I agree. But why don't these people ever mention that 2,000 white people were lynched as well? And then there's more black people that get killed by other black people in a 6-month period than the entire 68.
Again, that's a bad faith argument because, for one, they don't even take statistics that way within those 6-month period. They do it yearly. So that's a bad faith argument as well. A lot of this propaganda, and that's right, I called it propaganda, that he's spewing is coming from racialized statistics. He has a motive behind what he's doing. But let's continue.
I am a former Army interrogator, human intelligence collector.
We've seen that one. Hold on. Let me see.
It took a white man to tell me. He says, how is it when a black man kill a black man, it's not really outrage?
Yeah.
But when a white man kills a black man, it's going to start a riot.
The American media has manipulated the narrative of crime. Black on black crime is a made up thing. You have never heard white on white crime. Never heard the Asian on Asian crime. They have tried to fraction and compartmentalize us to feel as if where the crime is where we are.
Go ahead.
The lead murderers in America are white men. The lead robbers in America are white men. The largest amount of rapists are white men. The highest number of domestic abusers is white men. The highest number of arrested pedophiles is white men. The greatest number of drug dealers arrested is white men. But if you ask the average American who are the proponents of crime, is a black face to it. They're now trying to create this narrative that the immigrants are bringing in the crime because they never want to own up to what it is that they have done. Part of our responsibility is to pull the sheets off. We had a shooting here in Georgia not long ago. A young man named T.O.T.F., 14 years old, went and shot up his high school. His father's now being charged. Can you imagine what conversation me and you would be having if T.O.T.F. was black and T.O.T.F.'s black father gave him a gun? The television, the internet would explode on the irresponsibility of black fathers, on why it is that young black men have guns and are carrying guns. It has always shifted to make black men feel hyper-aggressive, hypersexual, and hyper-criminalized. It's part of a larger, historic, original sin of America that always criminalizes and points their fingers at black men when it's absolutely not true. The overwhelming majority, Cam, of black men who are under penal supervision are under penal supervision for nonviolent offenses. They're on ankle bracelets, home monitors, on parole, on probation, for possession, not for distribution. It may not sound like it's significant, but it's very meaningful. And so that's why it is that we've got to ask the hard and the difficult questions. Where is criminal justice in America? And is justice just us?
Is it just us? Is it? I think that's a fair question to ask. I think that for too long, we've had this narrative pushed on us as to where, well, why don't black people get mad when other black people kill black people in the neighborhood? That's a goddamn lie. But see, what it is that y'all don't promote that the same way that you promote the aggression and the hostility that you may see one of my brothers have for another one of my brothers, right? You never mind what's good coming out of the hood because that goes against the narrative that you're trying to frame. So, to those who say, well, why doesn't anybody black ever uh, uh, get outraged when somebody in the hood gets killed by another person that's black. I would say that that's false. I'm pretty sure that it wasn't only in my city. I'm pretty sure that around a lot of these major cities, especially heavily populated African American or black cities, that you will find just as much as there's black on black crime, like there's any other group that commits crime within their own group. Black folks being no different, nothing irregular about it. I mean, it's shit. Asians kill more Asians because Asians are around more Asians. Whites kill more whites because they're around more whites. That's just geographic. But I would say this to those who say that we don't show any outrage. I've been to Stop the Violence marches. I've been to peace rallies. I've been to all of these type of things. I've been to all of these different community events where we open up community centers, where we hand out different things to help our community out and come out and do things in the community. That never gets highlighted. So when you say, why don't we have anything to say when it's one of our own killing us, we actually do. That just never gets promoted. So again, I gotta call bullshit.
I think they just accidentally told us who killed Nolan Wells, and I don't think they even realized it. But everybody is happy and celebrating this newfound information except one person. That person is Officer Tatum. But here's the thing. He got exposed today, too. These white folks exposed Officer Tatum's tea. His career is over after this, bro. Cajun Navy, who, by the way, is the independent organization who went looking for Nolan and discovered Nolan Wells' body, they released what they believe is the most likely orders of events leading up to Nolan Wells' death. At 5 p.m., all right, Matthew Lamp states a passenger was pretty certain a person was part of a group that was almost fighting around 5 p.m. He says the Bertram with blue top left shortly afterwards and fast. Even Tatum, the dude who came out and said there's no evidence of any foul play happening, that Tatum, he was forced to admit through an eyewitness that someone saw Nolan get into a fight or an altercation with somebody else. Now, I don't know why somebody would be leaving in a boat fast. What are you in a hurry for? But you can't tell me that's not suspicious, bro.
We reviewed this thing, and it's a nothing burger. I don't even know why the Cajun Navy put this out.
If Tatum is supposed to be neutral and unbiased, why do Tatum react so, like he reacted so defiantly against any piece of anything that's being put out that does not perfectly fit his narrative? And then I saw this video, man, by this wonderful content creator called J. Marie.
Why aren't we seeing footage of them returning that day? Whose grandparents lived there? Jax Patalo. George Patalo Sr., which is Jax's great-grandfather who is deceased. As it turns out, his great-grandfather was appointed and served on the staff of Mississippi Governor Cliff Finch. And if you don't know who the Koch brothers are, they're f***ing evil. Guess who's one of the major funders for Turning Point USA? And guess who used to serve as the director of urban engagement?
Now we know why they only reached out to Officer Tatum out of everybody. They reached out to Officer Tatum and Officer Tatum only because they're all connected. Tatum was brought in to do damage control. But yo, let me know in the comment section what y'all think about this, okay? Y'all think Tatum is bought out? I think so.
No doubt, cool. That's what I'm doing, baby boy. That's what I'm trying to do, man. Yeah, but I mean, I'm just noticing the connections with the Turning Point, with the governor, with the mayor, with the judges. It's all kinds of shit that's in the mix and shouldn't be, but it is.
You're feeding these conspiracy theories like, oh my God, there's some big mystery.
Let me get to this nigga right here. This grinning ass nigga, because he ain't by himself. Officer Tap Dance ain't by himself, man. When he want to do a duet, when he want to do a double routine, he got somebody that'll tap dance.
Every investigation starts somewhere. Let me just understand something. You have tried a lot of cases, right? That's what I was told.
A ton. And I won most of them.
Nothing like tooting your own horn. Bomp, bomp. That said, every investigation starts somewhere. Yes, I don't have the timestamp, but I can get the timestamp because I know about the photo. You start somewhere, and then you start digging, and then you find out what time it was taken. Then you find out if it was enhanced. Then you find out, is that Nolan at 4:50 and the boat has left? You enhance that audio we keep playing. You find out if they're saying Nolan's dead. I don't know if that's real or not, but I can find out if it's real. So for you, a trial lawyer like yourself, in your own words, won most of them, evidence is not handed to you, Mobley, on a silver platter, on top of a Christmas tree. You have to find it. You have to investigate it. And that is the point of this timeline from the Cajun Navy. They're giving us a plethora, a cornucopia of evidence for us to start with. What? Don't waste another minute. Don't do it.
It takes you down a rabbit hole of information that may not be reliable. The best thing to do is to talk
Man, who is paying you? Because it ain't me. We don't pay guests. Rabbit hole, my rear end. Objection, my rear end. A rabbit hole? That's like you get a list of witnesses and go, yeah, I don't have their addresses. Screw it. You have to find them. You have to find the people that took these pictures. You have to find the people that were on those boats after you ID the boats. Then you have to take them one by one and interview. You know what? I'm sending him to the corner and let him think about what he just said. Trasher, that's a tiny taste of what you're about to get.
Send that stupid ass nigga to the corner, you smiling ass, tap dancing ass nigga. And this is what I be meaning. Man. The fuck is wrong with these niggas running cover like this, bro? But this, again, Tatum ain't the only one. This tap dancing.
These conspiracy theories like, oh my God, there's some big mystery, some conspiracy about what happened. Regarding saying, hey, here's the deal. In situations like this, based on the rate of decomposition, things like that.
Don't you get it, man? We still don't have the answer. I don't have the answer. He's got a red mark deep in subcutaneous tissue on the back of his head. Wait.
Here's a
go back to Kendall Krause real quick. Wait. Kendall. Where's Kendall? Why am I not seeing Kendall? Kendall, please turn around and show everybody what we're talking about. Because I'm doing this. Show me occipital.
Occipital's right here. Back ahead.
How
right where your neck
in the world, out of his whole body, is that where the blood pools? I'm not buying it. And I'm not saying this is a homicide. I am saying it. There are a lot of disturbing circumstances surrounding this young man, the star athlete's death, and I am not letting it go. And I don't care how much hate mail you send me. I do not care. Okay, Mobley, what else?
Woo, on a case like Nancy Grace, boy, she ain't playing. Destroying these motherfuckers, man, who believe that they should believe whatever's told to them without no type of investigation, no type of just whatever you tell me is what it is. This is what opened this is, I would say, this is what shined a light on what's going on with this Nolan Wells case. I believe in particularly is because of how it all started. With a sheriff confidently walking in front of a camera and saying, well, the boy drowned, that was it. No evidence of foul play, nothing else to see here. Move it along. Case closed. So, if there's still a current investigation going on, what the fuck do you mean case closed? Because obviously it was something to spur a further investigation, a second look, reopening, because what the sheriff came out and said, I mean, if you just come out and say that there's nothing to see here, move along, do you think people are just gonna bite on that and okay, cool? So if there's nothing to see here and let's just move it along, there was no evidence of foul play. My question would be, who told you that? Who told you as a sheriff who you should be, you should question everything just by the nature of the job? Who told you that it was okay for you just to accept whatever it is that you're being told without any pushback? I would love to know
Imagine
that.
if this dude that's coming out of this house pointing this gun at this cop was black.
My bad. I would love to know that. Because these tap dancers that's trying to run cover, boy, they fucking up.
Something that everybody kind of latched onto because they're so desperate for any information that might be related to the cause of his death. But even the own pathologist that conducted the autopsy did not
him up. Mobley, are you a medical doctor? Yes, no.
I know how to examine forensic evidence based on the countless homicides that I've tried.
Listening, not hearing, yes, no. You're not a medical doctor.
I'm a juris doctor.
Are you a medical examiner?
I am not.
No. Put up the back diagram, the back of the head of Nolan Wells from the second autopsy right now. You know what? I give it to you, Mobley. You're a great trial lawyer. A medical examiner, you ain't. And I don't know why you're saying people are latching onto this, grabbing at straws. I'm looking right at it, man. Should I believe you or my lying eyes? I am looking at the second autopsy. And I have questioned multiple actual medical examiners, actual doctors that say that means something. Put him up again. In what world? In what
Grinning
world
ass nigga.
would the first medical examiner remove Nolan's throat if it did not have something probative about it, something that proves something? Did they remove his toe? No. His elbow? No. His eyeball? His nose? No. They took his throat. Do not tell me that a medical doctor, which you are not, took a throat out of this young man because it means nothing. And then, you know what? I can't even hear you. Straight out to Joe Scott Morgan joining us, professor of forensics, death investigator.
Get that nigga out of here.
That second doctor did not highlight that in red for nothing. That doctor is not grabbing at straws, as Mobley said. I don't know why he's saying that.
No, you're right. He has purpose. We have purpose in everything that we do.
We have purpose in everything that we do. So what do you think his purpose was, and how far off do you think his purpose was from tap dancing ass Tatum? He's starting to wobble. Send another one in there. Let's muddy the waters. Keep guessing. So then this black ass, grinning ass nigga come from out of nowhere. Oh, well, you guys, you don't know what's going on. You're just grabbing at straws, and you tried to frame it as if you are in the medical field as a forensic medical examiner. So when you made statements taking a position of being one, or trying to lead some to believe that you may be, and that you speak from a place of expertise, you were called out on it. Are you a medical examiner? Oh, well, I examined some of that. Are you a medical examiner? Or, I listened to it and I studied some. Are you, you know what? I'm going to play that again.
something that everybody kind of latched onto because they're so desperate for any information that might be related to the cause of his death. But even the own pathologist that conducted the autopsy did not
him up. Mobley, are you a medical doctor? Yes, no.
I know how to examine forensic evidence based on the countless homicides that I've
Listening,
tried.
not hearing, yes, no. You're not a medical doctor.
I'm a juris doctor.
Are you a medical examiner?
I am not.
No. Put up the back diagram, the back.
Goofy, grinning ass niggas getting caught on the motherfucking spot. Y'all keep funneling all of these tap dancing ass motherfuckers in here to try to run confusion. And my whole thing is that, just in my opinion, that's not done for nothing. Let me say that again. That's not done for nothing. That, if anything, is going to heighten my suspicions even more so, as to say to myself, why are they putting so much effort into trying to run cover for certain things? So no matter who the fuck you send in next, he could be blacker than night or white as snow to say the same exact shit that we called bullshit on that the last person tried to say. Fact of the fucking matter is, if you don't know, why are you speaking as if you do?
Why do you think he got rid of it,
Because
according to
he's
you?
racist.
To say that Donald Trump is racist is the craziest thing I've heard.
Donald Trump
Have
was,
you-
oh my
have you-
God.
Have you ever met Donald Trump personally?
No.
You don't know him?
No. So
Why
you've
would you
met
say
Donald Trump.
I've met Donald Trump several times?
So you're basing whether or not he's racist just
You don't
on
have
your
any
personal-
evidence. You're saying because he allegedly got rid of some desperate impact analysis that somehow that has something to do with race and it only affects black
But
people.
your evidence is anecdotal. Oh, Trump was nice to me one time, therefore he's not a racist.
I have no evidence to believe that Trump is a
Of course he's
racist.
nice to you, because you are
Where's the evidence that
excusing
Trump is a
his
racist?
racism. Okay, I'll
Where's
give
it?
you more evidence.
Give me
In
evidence.
1973, his company was sued for violating the Fair Housing Act by openly discriminating
What was
against
the
black
findings?
renters.
What was the findings of that?
He was actually forced to settle.
It was forced to settle.
Yes,
made
he
a
was
decision
forced to settle. No, he had
There
to
was
settle.
no finding of fault.
Why
was it?
would someone settle
Was it
if they
finding
were
of
not
fault?
guilty?
You can make it.
Why
whatever
would
you
someone
want.
settle
You
if
can
he
say,
wasn't
why
doing
would,
it?
Was there a determination in court that he was at fault?
also forced to.
No. Was
yes.
there a determination in court that he was at fault?
He settled, so they didn't have a determination in court. He got out of it by settling, which is what you do when you are guilty,
That's
but
not
you
true.
don't want to go to court.
That's not
yes,
the way our
that is
that's
exactly
not the
what
way
the
the
point
system
of
works.
settling is. Yes,
No,
you
it's
settle
not.
out. Yes.
He had a dissent decree, which they agreed that he would implement certain things in his organization. There was no fault granted. They did not prove.
What were the
any,
things that
any
he had to
discrimin-
implement in his company?
Recruiting. It was a form of it was that
I
he
think
had
you're
to have,
thinking about a different lawsuit against the Trump administration.
He had to make sure that they have job applications available to minorities.
No, this wasn't about jobs. This was about the Trump Corporation, the real estate. Yes, they violated the Fair Housing Act because
maybe we talking about something
I think,
different.
well, there were
because
2 times he was sued for racism.
I only
is the
know of
issue.
one time.
Yeah,
he
well,
had
you
a
should
dis-
learn
he-
about the other one because
I
it
don't
was
think-
bad too. Yes.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
I don't think you.
The thing is, he knew exactly what she was talking about. He knew exactly what she was talking about in order to deflect from that and speak on another case and then double back and say, well, I don't know anything about that one. You knew exactly what she was talking about because at the very beginning, she said something about the Fair Housing Act and his discrimination against people for housing. So how, when you say something like that, you get all the way over to what the fuck his business practices is in his private corporations or businesses? Has nothing to do with the housing. But these are the type of tap dancing ass niggas we dealing with. These are them. These are them. And in the meantime, you got these folks that anytime that one of us try to come up and stand up for one of us, we get framed as, what is them niggas doing? Them niggas ain't doing nothing but talking. Them niggas don't do shit. Them niggas ain't never said nothing about nothing to nobody. Well, what have you done? except run cover for these motherfuckers. What have you done? Because America loves your kind because you were there to do exactly what the fuck you're doing. Like a good boy. That's when D.L. Hughley said they pick their tokens like they pick their dogs. He wasn't lying. Not in my opinion, he was lying. Because that's what they do. They pick them like they pick their fucking dogs. And that's the truth. I can't do that. I don't see no lie in that. I see absolutely no fucking lie in that. But these people who tap dance for these motherfuckers, can't tell them that. They can see absolutely no wrong in what they do. But they know it. That's the crazy shit. Is that they sit and they pretend like they don't know what the fuck going on and that they don't get it. But I just fact checked Officer Tatum about, well, what about white men? They were being lynched. You get what I'm saying? It has to be cocaine. He has to be. I got the evidence. You got the evidence, but the police don't. But you there to find out and get to the bottom of the case. Why is it that you're the only one that got it? Unless you were using that to say, and you can find it on my podcast, so make sure to just stay tuned for the next episode in order to capitalize off of it, huh? Would make sense if you wanted to capitalize off of that, huh? You know, the same shit that you saying that Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton are doing, as if they need money. I don't think either one of them brothers are doing bad.
The black community is dealing with more raccoons today than we've ever seen before.
It's a broken culture, it's a broken society, and hip-hop is hurting things. Racially motivated police brutality is a myth. It's simply a myth.
When you think about Rosa Parks and what she did, and everybody thinks she's so heroic, do you know Rosa Parks had a car?
It's one of the reasons why we need to dismantle diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Racism is an illusion. It's a lie that's been made up by the race hustler.
And I think a lot of people took notice with Brandon Tatum stepping into Candace Owens' old shoes of rejecting any black grievance, denying racism or discrimination never played a part in this country.
When does systemic racism stop in America? I don't think there was real systemic racism.
And there is a reason that we're seeing the rise of so many raccoons lately.
All you need is a phone and an opinion white conservative media wants amplified. Algorithms reward conflict, and nothing generates conflict like a black face telling other black people they're wrong about their own oppression.
That's what it kind of boils down to, people. That's what it kind of boils down to. So, I say that to highlight these type of motherfucking dumbass coons. I say that to shine a light on their hypocrisy. As a matter of fact, I'm going to play that video one more time. If I still got it uploaded, I'm going to play that video one more time because it leads. As a matter of fact, before I do that, let me do this because I think this is important as well.
I need you to sit with this number for a second. Raynard Johnson, Mississippi, 2000. Otis Bird, Mississippi, 2015. Lennon Lacey, North Carolina, 2014. Trey Reed, Mississippi, 2025. Kyle Basinga, Georgia, 2026. Almost every single one of these cases ruled suicide. Some within days. Some before a full investigation ever happened. Families reporting broken bones, bound hands, feet touching the ground. And still, case closed. One civil rights organization found at least 70 suspected modern-day lynchings across 7 southern states since 2000. Just in the Deep South. 20 of them in Mississippi alone. And we all know who's from Mississippi that just was found unalived. Nolan Wells. So I have to ask, if this were happening to any other group of Americans in this concentration, in this pattern, would the FBI still be sitting on the sidelines? We're told this is one of the hardest hate crimes to prove. Black people aren't tying nooses and hanging themselves to trees. Not to mention the broken bones, feet on the ground. How's this happening? This isn't about assuming every ruling is wrong. It's about asking why the pattern itself isn't the investigation. It's about asking why these families have to hire their own forensic pathologist just to get a second opinion on their own child's death, as in the Nolan Wells case. They're hiring someone to do the autopsy. Outside of Mississippi, Black people in America have never been protected at the same standard as everyone else. This is just the latest proof. Say their names. Gerard Jackson, Tonae Miller, Juliana Nzita, Kai James, Denoris Richardson, Roy Veal, Clarence Otis Cole, Nick Naylor, Gregory Johnson, Frederick Jermaine Carter, Marco McMillan, Ben Cada, Philip Carroll, Sandra Bland, Willie Andrew Jones Jr., T.T. Gully, Malcolm Harsh, Dominic Alexander, Robert Fuller, Emmanuel Kildea, Omari Bryant, Leon Hayes, Trevante Schubert Helton, Javion McGee, or Javi, Denoris Richardson, Earl Smith, Tori Medley. Share this. Push for the DOJ to review these cases as a pattern, not one by one. Support organizations already doing this work, because right now they're doing the job the federal government won't.
And they will continue to not do it. They will continue to not do it, especially depending on and who's fighting to get into the government and fill those seats. See, this isn't the old days where they march down the street in hoods so proud. Even though you still have a lot of them, they just replaced the hoods to hide their identity with poo shiesty masks and shades and baseball hats. But think about the people that they're trying to let into positions of power in this country.
Tell me how you define white identity and what you think is being erased about white identity.
Certain types of Anglo-derived culture that comes from our history.
Like what?
Let me think about this. Senator, I would say if you were to look at the book by one of your former Senate colleagues, Born Fighting, about the sort of Scotch-Irish military culture and certain, pride that went with that, that would be one example. Obviously, you could have sub-elements of that culture. You could have Italians, you could have Irish, and those are in many ways more
but you're worried about white culture. You're not worried about, you're now retreating to ethnic identity. You don't speak about ethnic identity. You speak about white identity. So tell me the values that stitch together white identity and that make it different than black identity.
I would say that the white church is very different than the black church in terms of its tone and style on average. Foodways could often be different.
And those
music could be different.
And those are being erased.
Music could be different. Well, if you look at the Super Bowl halftime show, which was not in English this year.
So our ability to access white churches or white food or white music is being erased?
I am concerned with the majority common American culture that we had for some time that through particularly mass immigration, I think has become much more balkanized, and I think that weakens us. And again, I'm not running away from that comment. I'm not apologizing for it.
Well, I'm way over my time. I think you're struggling.
No, he's definitely not running from it, and he's definitely not apologizing for it. And according to him, that America is weaker because, I don't know, people celebrate and worship different in their churches than he does in his. All of these excuses are asinine. And again, I call them excuses. None of these are reasons. He has no fact to lean on. He has no factual standing to speak of other than just boogeyman, scare tactic ass fear-mongering. And no matter if he's screaming it at the top of his lungs or he's saying it subtly and saying, well, thank you for the question. After every time he's being asked or questioned about this, it doesn't change the mind frame that he has. And these are the people that you're saying now, the Voting Rights Act that is basically being gutted. We can't do anything about these people and the decisions that they make unless we can prove that these were their intentions. Well, they're telling you and they're showing you what their intentions and what they feel.
What do you mean when you say
that you believe in the Great Replacement theory?
Senator, thank you for that question. This refers to the intentional demographic replacement of Europeans in Europe. It was invented by Renaud Camus, who was a French scholar.
You think there's an active effort to, quote unquote, replace Americans right now?
Senator, I think the Democratic Party, through its immigration policies, has certainly shown signs of that.
And I don't understand that. So you are saying that if more Americans are Black or Latino Americans, that somehow weakens America because it puts whites in a minority.
So, sounds to me like you don't have a problem necessarily with other cultures, races, or people that come from different backgrounds, more so than you're concerned about your race and whatever it is that you think your culture is not being prominent and everyone else having to assimilate to what you feel American culture is or Americans. Well, I think my question would be to that European man is, did you assimilate to the Americans once you came here?
One of the things you said was American whites are victims of a cultural genocide. Where to start? So you'd agree with me, wouldn't you, that whites are pretty well represented in the United States Senate?
They are well represented in this body, yes, Senator.
And how about in the House of Representatives?
Senator Kaine, I don't have those particular numbers. However,
but you would agree that they're pretty well represented in the House of Representatives.
Senator, I would, again, thank you for the question. I would point out that there were no white Protestants by birth in the 25 cabinet members under Joe Biden.
How about in the ranks of American presidents throughout history, including now pretty well represented whites?
Senator.
And how about in the ranks of vice presidents during American history now? Whites pretty well represented in that group, right?
Senator, thank you again for the question.
Yeah. I don't think it's hard. How about on the United States Supreme Court? Throughout our history and including now, whites are pretty well represented on the United States Supreme Court, correct?
I think obviously historically, I would of course agree with you. Of course, the vast majority of Americans were white at that time. It's now a much more diverse society.
Let's focus on right now. How about in the ranks of American governors? You think whites are pretty well represented?
I would just have to look at the numbers. I don't know.
Okay, how about this? In the ranks of CEOs of major corporations today, you think whites are pretty well represented?
Senator, thank you for the question. I suspect that they are probably pretty well represented in that. But there are other areas where they're not as well represented.
How about in the ranks of high-income people? And we can define it however you want. Let's just say like top 10% of wealthy Americans. You think whites are pretty well represented?
Senator, thank you for the question. They would certainly be underrepresented with respect to Asian Americans, but they would be overrepresented with respect to other groups.
Yeah. A cultural genocide.
So I noticed that how he did a little gymnastics on that last question in order to include Asians to not make it as so fucking obviously lopsided against the argument that he made from the beginning. His argument is the white way and the white representation is basically under attack. It's a genocide of such against white progression. But everything that senator asked him, everything that senator asked him, he said, were you represented or were white people represented in government? All parts from the fucking, from the Congress to the Supreme Court, to the past presidents, to CEOs, to all of these different things. Whites are at the top of, which lends, that's basically the whole counter argument to your argument. And this is why you had nothing to say. So to grab at straws, you say, well, when it comes to billionaires, with respects to Asians being over whites, whites are over blacks. The question was never about Asians. You specified them, but at no other time did you specify any other group except your own. This is how they think. Or I should say, and be very clear, this is how some of them think. Not all, not by a long shot, but where is the common sense?
Tell me the ways in which black racism adversely impacts the lives of white people as an entire group. The reason why you become silent, there's one that always comes up, and that's fear. White people are afraid of black people. They are afraid of us. We know white people are afraid, but you have to start getting into the psychology. What are you afraid of? Why are you afraid? Racism implies you have not just prejudice, but the power to do something with that prejudice. Now, I don't like you, not only that, but I'm going to control whether you can get, I may say I hate you. I hate white people. I hate them. It's not going to change you getting that, loan when you go to the bank. I can hate you all the way to the bank. Not going to change. Do you see the difference? That whereas white racism says, not only do I not like you, but I'm going to change the impact of where you can live. I'm going to determine with that racism where your powers are. You following me? And I'm talking about as a group, not an individual, because people said, I remember when my uncle didn't. I'm not talking about your uncle. I'm talking about the whole group. I'm not talking about an incident. That's a difference.
And this is the reason why I feel like black people can't be racist. Black people can't be racist because we have no power structure to harm anybody else's way of living with whatever it is that we. Hey, hold on, let me address this right quick. People's 212. This is not that sector. So over here, we not doing none of that bullshit that go on over there. If you want that, then you got to go there respectfully, player. But we not doing that here. This ain't that. This has nothing to do with that. So if you want to take those type of antics to that, then you go over there with that. So yeah, like I was saying, man, that's definitely, man, that's their paranoia. That's their paranoia and their fear. Let me do this right quick. Yeah, appreciate your respect. Thank you. Let me do that right quick. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, peoples. Thank you. But yeah, man, this is these are the mind states that these people have. These are the mind states that these people have. And it could be shit that they would not even bother to want to try to understand. But they got all the time in the world to complain about it. They don't even know what they're complaining about. I'll give you a perfect example.
White supremacy is an issue in this country.
Does white supremacy cause black people to kill their own at a larger disproportional rate?
So first of all, what you're saying is really racist.
Stats are not racist.
Statistics are racist. We know full well that in the 1960s, white cops would arrest black men for breathing the same air as them. They didn't even pretend not to believe in white supremacy. And do you think that civil rights got passed and then all of these white cops decided that day that they're not racist anymore? Of course they didn't. What they did do is they got promoted. They became the police chiefs in the 80s and 90s. And the thing about law enforcement officers is that they only find crime where they look for it. And they look for it extra in black communities. There's a long history in our country of police officers arresting black men for crimes they didn't commit. And then those are the statistics that are reported. Look at all of this crime in the black community. Those statistics are then used to increase the police budget in black communities. Suddenly that police department has like 10 Dodge Chargers and military gear, and they just stop every car that drives by. They figure if they just search every vehicle, they're bound to find something. And if they don't find something, they'll just put something in there. Meanwhile, the small town down the road that's 97% white is so safe people don't even lock their doors. But what actually are the crime rates in that small town? Who knows? They don't report their stats. Often those small towns will be like, we don't have the manpower to compile our statistics, so we just don't do it. To actually figure out the crime rates in small towns, you have to compile it yourself. You have to go through and look at news reports and figure out how many violent crimes actually happened in a year, and then divide it by the population of that town to figure out how much crime is there. And what you find when you do that is that these small, low-income white communities have just as high a crime rates as the inner cities. And it's not just a disparity in the way that crimes are investigated. You also have biases in the court. It is much harder to get a jury to convict a white person of a violent offense. Study after study has shown that you need a larger burden of proof to convict a white person of a crime. And that means often a white person who commits a violent crime can just say, I was defending myself. I was scared for my life. And people just believe them. And so people that look like me are often given a plea deal. They plead guilty to a lesser crime. And so that violent federal crime, it gets thrown out. So the crime statistics that you reported are only the crimes that are investigated, that an arrest is made, that they are charged, that they go to trial, and they're found guilty. And every step of that process involves racism. And so yes, crime statistics are racist. And for the love of humanity, can grown men stop going to college campuses to debate young people, barely adults, who are not prepared for the debate? Because it would be completely unfair for me to prepare for weeks for a debate, then go to a college campus and debate a bunch of 20-year-olds who had zero time to prepare. That's not a debate, it's a trap.
Facts. I was just talking about that shit earlier with that fool, man. I was just talking about that earlier, man. And I'll be damned if he didn't say that. But this is what I'm talking about,
If there's someone who is black in our church.
Oh, yeah, this one, I'm gonna come back to that one. I got that one, though. I got you on that one. I'm looking for this certain in particular one. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it right off the dribble. If not, then I'll probably catch it on the next time I go live, because I'm finna get ready to wrap this shit up, man. It's time for me to go chow down. It is 11:59, damn near midnight, man. I've been on for a while now, man. I'm finna get ready to button it up. So let's see, I got 9 minutes. I'll do it like that. I got 9 minutes, so let me see. Yeah, let me go ahead and play this, because as long as you a docile nigga, as long as you're a well-behaved nigga, no problem.
If there's someone who is black in our church, and they've been in our church, and we know them, and they love the Lord Jesus Christ, great. We're not talking about that person, but we're talking about when you go into a crowd of people. If you go into a crowd of strangers, and they're white strangers, there's some danger. If they're black strangers, there is 30 times more danger.
I'm Dr. Michael H. Ford, and let's talk about what you just saw. A white pastor claimed that if you walk into a crowd of strangers, black people are 30 times more dangerous than white people. That's a very specific number, and claims that precise should always be checked against real data. So let's slow this down and look at what the evidence actually shows. The most reliable national source for understanding violent crime risk in the United States is the Bureau of Justice Statistics National Crime Victimization Survey, or NCVS. This survey collects data directly from households across the country, including crimes that are never reported to police. According to BJS data from 2017 to 2021, the overall violent victimization rate was about 19.8 incidents per 1,000 white persons and 19.4 incidents per 1,000 black persons. Those rates are nearly identical, and there is no 30-to-1 difference. Federal arrest data also does not support this claim. The FBI's Crime in the U.S. report shows that while arrest totals vary by offense, white individuals account for the majority of total arrests nationwide, in large part because they make up a larger share of the population. None of the FBI tables show anything close to a 30 times gap between races. Another important point comes from BJ's research on victim and offender race. Most violent crime in the United States is intraracial. What does that mean? Well, that means that white victims are most often harmed by white offenders, and black victims are most often harmed by black offenders. Interracial stranger violence is comparatively comparatively uncommon. So when someone says black strangers are 30 times more dangerous, that statement is not grounded in federal crime data, victimization surveys, or arrest statistics. It is not a reflection of evidence. It's a reflection of fear framed as fact. And when fear is repeated enough, it starts to sound like truth. Healing starts with knowing. Follow for more.
Knowing is half the motherfucking battle, man. You dig? Yeah, man. I mean, I got more content. I can go on and on and on, but I think that I'm gonna come to a nice close. Like I said, I'm ready to go eat. I said I was gonna go for another 8 minutes, which means I got another 4 minutes. Let me see what other piece of content I can pull up to round this out.
Tell me the ways in which black racism, adverse.
Let me see.
Why don't you move to a different country? Why are you staying here? Young 10-year-old, very intelligent looking young lady, a black young lady who will not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance in her classroom. She doesn't want to stand up because apparently she believes that black Americans need a lot more to be done in this country. You know what I believe, Cornell? And I know you supported her publicly. I think at 10 years old, she has no real understanding of what America is. So I wonder if her parents have sat her down and explained what Americans have given their lives. White, black, red. It doesn't make any difference. They stood and they fought and they died for this country, and she doesn't want to do anything to honor them?
Matt, she comes from a family of military service members. Her father's is a retired military service member also, who served this nation well with great dignity.
Good.
Her mother's a very intelligent woman. What white people need to understand...
Just white people?
Yes, please. Let me explain. That national anthem was written by Francis Scott Key, a slave owner.
Oh, here we go.
Who demonized and hated black slaves and black people. Go research the third verse where he says, "There's no refuge in this country for the hireling or the slave. Both should be turmoil to the grave."
How's her parents do it?
This is a man
Are they successful?
that promised turmoil for black people to the grave. Would you ask Jewish children to
parents
say
are
a pledge
successful.
to a German anthem that disrespects Jewish people?
they're
No, you
living
would
in
not.
Germany,
No,
sure.
you would not.
Well, sure.
That disrespects Jewish people?
Then
No,
why?
you would not.
You certainly can kneel down. In America, you have the right to do that.
America looked at the same way at Rosa Parks when she refused to get up and give up her seat to a white man on the bus. But history vindicated her. History vindicated her. America demonized Harriet Tubman for freeing slaves from slavery, but history vindicated her. So I say to that young girl, you stand strong, stand up, and stand for what you believe in. And to all of those who are too coward to do it, don't get in that young girl's way. Others like her, support that young girl.
What would you like her to say to the men and women who have fought for this country like I ran into over the weekend? The black men and women who fought for this country, and some who gave their lives.
And ask the black men and women.
See, I'm gonna bring this back. I'm gonna bring this back from the top, but I just wanted to make a couple of key points about this, right? I notice how people who think like him are very selective when they want to use the phrase, "It doesn't matter, black, white, red, or whatever." You'd like to think that it doesn't matter. And I also noticed that when the dude started bringing up cultural, historical facts that happen, things that happen to black people in this country, the first thing that he said was, here we go. See, the thing with it, right, is that they conveniently love to be able to use, well, it doesn't matter, black, white, red, whatever, it doesn't matter. You heard that black man at no time say, here you go with this, it doesn't matter shit. But as soon as he made a reference to something that was historically accurate, very first thing, here he goes, as to imply what they loved, one of the defense mechanisms against lost people like this is that, well, why do you guys make everything about race? Here we go. He's pulling the black card. You guys love to make everything about race. I said this earlier. Slavery, Ku Klux Klan, Jim Crow, redlining, over policing. Don't look like it's black people that's the ones that's making everything about race all the fucking time. This country was built on making everything about race. That's why They committed chattel slavery. So, with that being said, this is why I was hitting his ass with knockout blows. That's why I was hitting him with knockout blows. Because no matter which way he tried to frame, it doesn't matter. What about the black people that served in this? So when all else fails, and they're not biting on none of the bullshit that you're spewing out your mouth, then the mask starts to come off. And you start to really express what you really want to say as a person who isn't native to this land, but feel that you are in moral high ground to say, well, if you don't like it here, you know what comes next. You don't like it here, why don't you get out? As if you are the one that holds any moral high ground or is the one that served any just or justice about who's to justfully and rightfully be in this country, or who has the right to tell somebody that maybe you should self-deport.
Why don't you move to a different country? Why are you staying here? Young 10-year-old, very intelligent-looking young lady, a black young lady who will not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance in her classroom. She doesn't want to stand up because apparently she believes that black Americans need a lot more to be done in this country. You know what I believe, Cornell? And I know you supported her publicly. I think at 10 years old, she has no real understanding of what America is. So I wonder if her parents have sat her down and explained what Americans have given their lives, white, black, red. It doesn't make any difference. They stood and they fought and they died for this country, and she doesn't want to do anything to honor them?
Matt, she comes from a family of military service members. Her father's is a retired military service member also, who served this nation well with great dignity.
Good.
Her mother's a very intelligent woman. What white people need to understand...
Just white people?
Yes, please. Let me explain. That national anthem was written by Francis Scott Key, a slave owner.
Oh, here we go.
Who demonized and hated black slaves and black people. Go research the third verse where he says, there's no refuge in this country for the hireling or the slave, both should be turmoil to the grave.
How's her parents doing?
This is a man
Are they successful?
that promised turmoil for black people to the grave. Would you ask Jewish children to say a pledge to a German anthem that disrespects Jewish people?
If
No,
they're
you would
living in
not.
Germany,
No,
sure.
you would not.
Well, sure.
That disrespects Jewish people?
Then
No,
why
you would not.
you certainly can kneel down. In America, you have the right to do that.
America looked at the same way at Rosa Parks when she refused to get up and give up her seat to a white man on the bus. But history vindicated her. History vindicated her. America demonized Harriet Tubman for freeing slaves from slavery, but history vindicated her. So I say to that young girl, you stand strong, stand up, and stand for what you believe in. And to all of those who are too coward to do it, don't get in that young girl's way. Others like her, support that young girl.
What would you like her to say to the men and women who have fought for this country like I ran into over the weekend? The black men and women who fought for this country, and some who gave their lives.
And ask the black men and women who served America in its military, like in the Independence War. We helped America get it, and we were still slaves afterwards. Ask those in Vietnam who gave their war on Vietnam battlefields, but then came back and was called niggas in their own country. We have fought in America's war, and we've never been given the justice and the due process of everybody else in this nation.
Then why don't you move to a different country? Why are you staying here? If
Man,
you don't
let
like
me tell you why. Because the country belongs to Indians. You white folks stole it from them, raped and robbed their people. This not your country. You all came over here and stole it and beat the hell out of them. So this not your country.
It was my country.
You all need to go home.
If you're
you
not
all need to go back where you came
if
from.
you don't like it, why don't you pack up and go?
Let the Indians decide who should pack up and go. And I guarantee you black folks will stay, and you all will be on the first damn boat leaving here. So don't try that.
Woo! Got him on the ropes. Got him on the ropes. It's lights out, James Tony. Boy, I just love it when the mask slips off in real time. It goes from, it doesn't matter, black, white, we all died with each other, to, well, if you don't like it, why don't you just get the fuck out? It's funny how that pivot does a 180 like that when that mask starts to slide. But hey, man, like I said, I got other content, but I'm going to leave it for another time, man. I'm finna get ready to roll this motherfucker up tight like a steak burrito. You know, I'd like to thank everybody for tapping in. You know what I'm saying? And becoming a part of the T.O.T.F.C podcast, man. That is the top of the food chain podcast, man. I definitely want to give a shout out to everybody who pulled up, who popped out. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DGR. Shout out to Brooklyn Crook, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat that showed up and showed out, man. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate everybody. Make sure you share this live out. Make sure that you send this to somebody who may need to know this information. Make sure that you study this information. Make sure you study the people who are gaslighting. Go out and do your research about the shit that's going on. You know, I'm going to end with a quote from Mark Twain. Mark Twain said in one of his quotes, that it's easier to fool someone than it is to convince them that they've been fooled. That's how much a person is willing to live in denial in order to save face when they know they're wrong about something. With that being said, again, I am not a racist person. Again, I don't believe that I can be racist. I don't believe any black people can be racist. However, I will say that I'm not prejudiced against all white people. I don't hate all white people. I don't hate all of any people. The only disdain that I have is for people who, if not, are going to be a part of the solution, choose not to only make themselves part of the problem, but choose to agitate the problems, choose to use certain rhetoric and divisive devices in order to keep everyone confused, blinded, and separate. I hope I've done my job at exposing some of these people and their tactics and ways, and not only that, what their alternative motives are. Take from this for what you will. I appreciate everybody for tapping in. Like I said, salute to my cousin K.O.B. Salute to my motherfucking cousin DGR. Salute to the Fire Breathing Dragon, Yuckmouth, man. Make sure y'all go check me out over there on Yuckmouth TV for What the Fuck Weekly, man. Salute to the Fire Breathing Dragon. Salute to alumni MJG. Free Ascari Mike's going soon, not later. Man, hurry up and get on home back to us, man. Salute to Big Mac Extra Cheese, just came home, man. You know what I'm saying? Mike Ascari on the way. You know what I'm saying? My little bro, Bully Gang on the way. He on the way home, man. We almost all back together again, man. It's gonna be a great family reunion. It's gonna be a great thing to see. You know, make sure that you go tap in with DGR Entertainment, Basement Beats, to get you some of the hottest motherfucking intros, get you some of the hottest beat packages put together. He's doing it all, man. Make sure you go tap in with him. Make sure you go tap in with my brother Chip Low South, man. Make sure you go over there and get locked in. He got some of the some great material, some great shit going on, man. It's definitely a place for you to grow your platform. I'm a newborn channel as well, man. I'm just getting started, so I appreciate y'all all coming with me on this journey. We're definitely going to keep our foot on the gas and stay exposing these type of motherfuckers and keeping their motherfucking feet to the fire and keeping the belt to their ass. But I just wanted to definitely make that clear that I am in no way prejudiced against any group except the group that is filled with hate. So if you meet that, then yep, I said it. Fuck you. And I don't apologize for it. You know, your feelings. Your feelings don't mean shit. And with that being said.
So the concept is this, basically. The whole black nation has to be put together as a black army. And we're gonna walk on this nation. We're gonna walk on this racist power structure. And we're gonna say to the whole damn government, stick 'em up, motherfucker. This is a hold up. But when I leave, you remember.
Never in the history of the Oakland Police Department has there been a day like today. 5 Oakland police officers were shot this afternoon, and tonight, 3 of them have Helm business, baby.
Podcast Network, Calico from the motherfucking old West Side, Cypress Village, the realest niggas that you ever feel real big like gorillas, man. You understand me, man?